Minister of Justice, Attorney General of the Republic of Rwanda, Brother Comrade Johnston Businge is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please welcome him to our midst? Thank you. Without much ado, comrades, we will get into the program quickly and see how we make hay with time. I've been told I will quickly just invite Professor Anastasia Shaka to please just say a brief welcome to our host. Sorry, to our guest as our host. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Our guest of honor, Honorable Minister for Justice and Attorney General, the Secretary General for ITUC Africa, and the Secretary General for OATU, and the President for ITUC, Antonio Felicio, our distinguished resource persons, honorable members of parliament here present, colleagues from trade unions, both from the continent, Rwanda and beyond, members of our academia, private sector, comrades from the Pan-African movement, Rwanda chapter, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. So you just want to apologize for a slight delay. This is not Rwanda's habit, but we heard you singing very well. We wanted also to avail more time for you to sing and energize before we enter into the real discussions. I see my friend Olukoshi, most welcome, my brother. So it's an honor for us at Rwanda Governance Board and SESTRA to welcome you here, to be your host for this very important international conference. I'm saying important international conference because of the significance of the theme, but also because of the significance of the organizers. We are having here OATU and ITUC Africa being the organizers, and we thank you very much for having chosen Rwanda as your destination for these engagements, and we thank you for having also come to RGB and SESTRA to be your partners in this endeavor. This conference is significant for many reasons. I will just focus on one. The Pan-African Trade Union Conference on Democracy and Governance is under the theme Democracy and Governance, Mobilizing Africans for Africa's Transformation. So this is a Pan-African initiative indeed. Issues at hand are very critical for the continent and its development. As you know, earlier this year, leaders of our continent adopted the Africa We Want, or the Africa's Agenda 2063. If you look closely to the program you have, and you have read a bit of the Africa, the Agenda 2063, you will see very clearly the importance of this conference. The Agenda 2063 has 7 aspirations subdivided into, I think, 2021 areas, priority areas, and over 8 targets. So when you look at the themes we will be discussing today, you will see that 4 out of 7 of the 2063 aspirations are the focus of our conference. So I will just show you an indication of the significance of this conference. One, if you look at our program, we will be discussing the aspiration number 3, which goes, an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. That will be the main focus. But we will also look into other 3 aspirations. Aspiration number 1, which is a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. We will be looking at aspiration number 4, which is a peaceful and secure Africa. And finally, we will be oscillating also around aspiration number 6, which is an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of African people, especially its women and youth, and caring for the children. So now you can understand if we are focusing on issues seriously mattering for the continent at 4 out of 7 aspirations. That gives, very briefly, the magnificence of this conference. Our distinguished guests of honor, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, allow me at this juncture, before I conclude, to welcome you all, but also allow me to welcome our distinguished guests from our friend countries. Most welcome to the Minister of Local Government, Francis Kaboneka. This is also a comrade. So we have, may I request for the people, since you are many, we are over 200-300 almost, may I request to the people I will be calling countries to stand up for recognition. May I request people from Sweden, people from 3 continents, and over 20 countries. Our comrade from Sweden. We have people from Norway and Brazil. And we have comrades from Nigeria, ECOWAS. We have comrades from Liberia. We have friends from Ghana. We have Burkina Faso. Most welcome. We have Côte d'Ivoire. Most welcome. We have Guinea, Senegal. Most welcome. We have people from Togo. We have our friends from Sierra Leone. Most welcome. We have our comrades from Chad. We have people from Niger. We have people from Angola. Muito obrigado. We have Mozambique. Thank you very much. We have our brothers and sisters from Tanzania and Zanzibar. We have our brothers from Kenya. Most welcome. We have Zimbabwe. We have the Democratic Republic of Congo. And finally, we have Belgium. I'm told there are people, our brothers and sisters from Somalia. Oh, we have Swaziland. We have Algeria. We have Benin. We have, that is Ethiopia, how can I forget Ethiopia? Most welcome. We have Mauritius, so we have more in the room than I have on the paper. So that means Zambia. We have, thank you very much. We have over 25, 26 nations. If we add our development partners who are also here based in Kigali, I think we'll be talking about 40 nations. So most welcome to you all to have joined us to this very important conference, this debating Africa's present and future. And at this juncture, I thank you once again, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Comrade Chaka. Thank you. I will quickly call on Comrade Eric Manzi, the Secretary General of SESTRA, our own hosts, our comrades organization in Rwanda. Comrade Eric Manzi, please.
Thank you, Brother Joel. Allow me to speak in French, because as you know, in Rwanda, you have three languages, French, English, and Kinyarwanda. But unfortunately, I can't speak in Kinyarwanda at this time, but during the session, we can't. Honorable Monsieur le Ministre de l'Administration locale, Honorable Ministre de la Justice, Monsieur le CEO de la RGB, l'Agence rwandaise de la gouvernance, camarade secrétaire général de l'USA, camarade secrétaire général de la CSI Afrique, camarade secrétaire général adjoint de la CSI, camarades syndicalistes ici présents, représentants des employeurs et des gouvernements, partenaires sociaux, personnel du monde académique si présents, qui ont toujours travaillé et soutenu le monde syndical, distingués invités, camarades, membres du Panafrican Movement Chapter Rwanda, c'est un honneur pour moi de m'exprimer devant un parterre de personnalités aussi importantes pour ajouter à la parole du CEO de la RGB pour vous souhaiter tous et toutes la bienvenue au pays des 1000 collines. Je ne saurais commencer mon propos non sans avoir à remercier tous ceux et celles qui ont choisi notre pays pour organiser une telle conférence, après celle organisée en 2010 à Nairobi, et qui ont contribué à la réussite de cette conférence par leur appui indéfectible. Je citerai parmi eux la LO et TCO de Suède, la FGTB de Belgique, partenaire traditionnel de notre centrale depuis plus de 15 ans, le CUT Brésil, malheureusement, qui ne sont pas encore avec nous, le Bureau international du travail, la Fondation Friedrich Ebert, l'Organisation internationale Tax Justice Network, et vous tous qui avez contribué par votre apport tant technique que moral à la réussite de cette conférence. Je ne finirai pas par remercier le gouvernement du Rwanda par l'entremise de l'Agence rwandaise de la gouvernance, la RGB, qui nous ont appuyés tant politiquement que techniquement, et Dieu seul sait que gérer des syndicalistes n'a jamais été une chose facile, mais grâce à leur tact légendaire, je pense qu'aujourd'hui nous nous retrouvons dans cette salle pour débuter dans de bonnes conditions cette importante conférence. Nous tenons particulièrement à les remercier à travers le camarade CEO, le professeur Anastase Chiaka, car c'est aussi un panafricaniste convaincu. Par vous, professeur Anastase Chiaka, nous remercions aussi l'entièreté du staff de la RGB pour leur rapport ô combien louable. Honorable ministre de la Justice, honorable ministre de l'administration locale, camarades, distingués invités, 50 ans après les indépendances, l'Afrique reste toujours à la traîne de tous les continents et accuse un sérieux retard au point de vue développement socio-économique et souffre encore globalement de déficits de gouvernance et de démocratie. Ceci a certes un impact négatif certain sur les populations, dont la majorité vit encore au seuil de la pauvreté, sans accès facile aux besoins fondamentaux, disons de la santé, de l'éducation, l'accès à l'eau potable, à l'électricité. Quand même dans certaines régions d'Afrique, nous retrouvons des populations qui n'ont même pas accès à une alimentation convenable. Et contrairement à certains pensées et courants, il existe un lien certain entre la bonne gouvernance et le progrès socio-économique. Voilà pourquoi nous devons tous nous lever et nous battre pour la renaissance de l'Afrique. Nous devons nous mobiliser pour une Afrique meilleure et une Afrique prospère. Nous devons, comme le thème de cette conférence le dit, nous mobiliser pour la transformation de l'Afrique. Personne ne viendra nous dicter comment le faire. Nous devons nous-mêmes nous asseoir et trouver des solutions africaines aux problèmes africains. Non par des discours stériles, mais par des actions concrètes. L'espoir est permis, car des indicateurs fiables montrent que l'Afrique est en train d'aller dans la bonne voie, malgré certains incrédules qui font partie du club très fermé de ceux qu'on appelle des afro-pessimistes. C'est un honneur aujourd'hui pour le Rwanda et la région de l'Afrique de l'Est d'accueillir cette conférence, car je pense que nous faisons partie des afro-optimistes qui croient au destin, au bon destin de l'Afrique. Nous aurons, durant cette conférence, certes à partager des points de vue, nous aurons à échanger sur les expériences, mais nous devrons nous mettre en tête qu'il n'y a pas de démocratie prêt-à-porter ou des modèles de gouvernance politique et économique préétablis et infaillibles. Il n'y a que des modèles acceptables qui permettent aux populations de s'exprimer, d'avoir un mot à dire pour ce qui est bon pour eux. Des modèles qui sortent de la pauvreté des populations d'Afrique et qui, pour notre cas en tant que syndicalistes, des modèles qui créent plus d'emplois décents. Nous aurons cesse de le dire, la libéralisation économique est un outil favorable à la croissance économique, mais quand elle est mal utilisée, pourrait être fatale pour la majorité de la population. Et comme dirait un de mes professeurs que j'ai connu à l'école secondaire, il nous disait « L'Afrique est au bord du gouffre, mais nous avons pu avancer d'un pas. » Vous comprenez ce que ça veut dire? Mais aujourd'hui, on ne peut plus tenir un tel discours. En ce 21e siècle, nous devons dire non à ce genre de pensée. L'Afrique n'a pas fait un pas pour tomber dans le gouffre, mais l'Afrique est en train de faire plusieurs pas pour se développer. Camarades, distingués invités, personnellement, je suis fier d'appartenir à un pays, à une région qui a dit non au pessimisme et qui croit au développement de l'Afrique. Je n'anticipe pas sur les débats et les discussions qui vont avoir lieu pendant cette conférence, mais vous aurez à vivre dans notre pays en live et de visu les résultats d'une vision, la vision 2020 du Rwanda, et d'une politique assumée de recherche de la paix, de la sécurité, de la croissance économique, de la décentralisation du pouvoir, de l'accès à l'éducation pour tous, à l'assurance maladie universelle et à l'accès à la sécurité sociale étendue. Et cela sous le leadership de notre président, le président de la République, son Excellence Paul Kagame, et du gouvernement du Rwandais. Et surtout, par le rôle joué par chacun, que ce soit des élus, les partis politiques, les médias, la société civile et bien sûr les syndicats. Une politique assumée par le Rwandais après le génocide perpétré contre les Tutsis en 1994. Décider de s'en sortir et de se reconstruire en dépit des difficultés. Nous ne sommes certes pas riches en ressources minérales et naturelles, mais nous sommes riches d'esprit. Et le mouvement syndical rwandais a joué son rôle qui lui est dévolu dans un esprit consensuel et en toute indépendance. Nous avons joué notre rôle dans la réconciliation. Le mouvement syndical a été de toutes les consultations, parmi les plus importantes, sur l'élaboration du programme de réduction de la pauvreté, qui deviendra plus tard le programme de réduction de la pauvreté et du développement économique, qui est à sa deuxième phase. Mais aussi grâce à la coalition avec d'autres acteurs non étatiques, avions créé une plateforme synergique de la société civile avec laquelle nous œuvrons étroitement sur d'autres sujets plus complexes, le respect des droits humains, la gouvernance, le monitoring du budget, l'observation des élections, etc. Camarades, distingués invités, il m'est permis en ce jour de vous souhaiter des fructueuses discussions et de jouir de la ville de Kigali, et pourquoi pas au-delà de la ville de Kigali, que vous aurez certainement l'occasion de visiter de manière formelle et même informelle. Et surtout en vous invitant à visiter le mémorial du génocide, où vous comprendrez où peut aller la stupidité humaine et où nous devons tous puiser la force de lutter contre la mauvaise gouvernance. Je vous remercie. Que vive l'Afrique. Viva Africa! Viva! Viva Africa! Viva! Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Comrade Eric Manzi. I suppose we are taking note of some point that we might have to interrogate sometimes in the course of the conference that colleagues are giving us. I quickly want to recognize the presence of Comrade Wellington Chibebe, the Deputy General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation. Comrade Wellington, please. Thank you. I'll invite to the podium quickly Comrade Arensky Mezut, the Secretary General Organization of African Trade Union Unity, OATU.
Excellences, Monsieur le ministre de la Justice et porte-parole du gouvernement du Rwanda, Excellences, Monsieur le ministre de l'administration locale de la République du Rwanda, Monsieur Hassan Diop, ministre d'État de la République du Sénégal, Professeur Chayaka Anastasie, PDG du RGB, cher frère Éric Manzi, secrétaire général de l'Ancestral, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des gouvernements ici présents, cher frère Kwasi Addo-Amenkwa, secrétaire général de la CSI Afrique, cher frère le secrétaire général adjoint de la CSI Bruxelles, frère Nzunda Emmanuel, secrétaire adjoint de l'USA, mesdames et messieurs les représentants du patronat, monsieur Peter Larsen, directeur du programme Panaf et tout son staff, chers camarades représentants de nos partenaires, chères sœurs et chers frères représentants et délégués des centrales syndicales africaines, professeur Vladimir Danso et le professeur Adebayo Olokoshi, messieurs et mesdames, personnes ressources, honorables invités, chers amis de la presse, c'est un honneur et un plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole aujourd'hui à l'occasion de l'ouverture des travaux de la conférence syndicale panafricaine sur la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance, mobilisation des Africains pour la transformation de l'Afrique. Je suis aussi heureux de me retrouver dans un pays qui a su transformer ses peines en joie et reprendre la vie avec ardeur dans un cadre de la réconciliation, du dialogue, de la paix et de la fraternité. J'ai le devoir d'honneur et de mémoire de saluer chaleureusement le peuple du Rwanda et ses dirigeants pour son courage et ses capacités à dépasser ses peines et ses douleurs et à se consacrer comme un seul homme pour l'avenir de son pays. Je m'incline aussi de cette place devant la mémoire de toutes les victimes du génocide de 1994. Au nom de l'Organisation de l'Unité syndicale africaine et de son président, je vous souhaite la bienvenue et vous transmets mes salutations fraternelles. Cette conférence est une initiative de l'Organisation de l'Unité syndicale africaine, la CSI Afrique, avec l'appui de nos partenaires, les syndicats LO, TCO, FGTB, l'ACUT, en partenariat avec le Conseil rwandais de la gouvernance et de l'Organisation internationale du travail. Cette initiative traduit la volonté et l'engagement des syndicats africains à contribuer, comme ils l'ont toujours fait dans le passé, à l'enrichissement de la réflexion et au renforcement de l'action démocratique et du développement du continent africain. Dès lors que la question du développement de l'Afrique et de la conception de son avenir consacre toutes les catégories de la société, sans exclusion aucune, il devient ainsi un devoir pour les syndicats des travailleurs de se mobiliser et de mobiliser les travailleurs et de se joindre à tous les acteurs engagés sur la même voie. Le choix de ce thème, la mobilisation des Africains pour transformer l'Afrique, n'est pas un simple hasard de l'esprit, encore moins une spontanéité, mais une prise de conscience du mouvement syndical africain des enjeux essentiels qui guettent l'Afrique aujourd'hui. Chères sœurs et chers frères, compte tenu de la situation peu réconfortante en Afrique, où 35 sur les 42 pays recensés au bas de l'échelle de l'indice de développement humain dans le programme des Nations Unies pour le développement, le PNUD, sont africains. Ces deux enjeux ont été souvent inscrits à l'ordre du jour des sommets de l'Afrique avec ses partenaires. Ayant d'ailleurs adopté le même constat, l'Union africaine a retenu lors de son 50e anniversaire la question de la démocratie et de la bonne gouvernance comme un des axes de son agenda de développement 2063. Dans nous, à Lousa, nous avons déjà organisé, il y a un mois, un forum sur le même programme. Lorsque les peuples africains ont rompu les rapports d'asservissement colonial par divers moyens, leur espoir était à la hauteur de leur action révolutionnaire et émancipatrice. En dépit de toutes les mobilisations organisées par les leaders africains au lendemain de l'indépendance, autour des projets de construction nationale, les résultats restent en deçà des attentes. L'Afrique continue à être sévèrement affectée par la pauvreté, les inégalités, la violence, les maladies, la migration, la dégradation de l'environnement, la corruption, l'accès aux services, le manque d'accès aux services sociaux de base et à l'énergie, le déficit démocratique et le manque d'une bonne gouvernance. Quand on trouve encore des difficultés en Afrique à se nourrir correctement, à se soigner, à s'instruire, à s'exprimer librement et sans peur, et avoir les mêmes chances que tous les autres pour se défendre, après plus de 50 ans d'indépendance, quelque chose ne fonctionne pas correctement. Ce quelque chose, je pensais d'abord en nous. L'émergence du phénomène de la violence terroriste complique davantage l'équation. Sa nature transnationale constitue une menace sérieuse pour la paix, la sécurité et la stabilité de l'Afrique. Voici un grand challenge qui freine la marche de notre continent vers la démocratie, le progrès et la prospérité et les droits humains. Ces commanditaires et ces relais seront condamnés un jour sans appel par l'histoire en voulant compromettre la chance des peuples africains au développement et au bien-être. L'Afrique du progrès, de la paix, de la stabilité, de la démocratie moderne et prospère pour tous sortira vainqueur et donnera une leçon mémorable à ses ennemis. Même si vous tentez de brûler l'Afrique, ça sera vain, car l'Afrique renaîtra de ses cendres comme le phénix. Même si vous tentez de brûler l'Afrique, ça sera vain, l'Afrique renaîtra de ses cendres comme le phénix. Il se trouve aussi que d'autres agissent pour nous empêcher par voies diverses d'accélérer notre processus de développement et de nous rendre ensuite coupables d'être un continent producteur et exportateur de la violence, des maladies, de la migration et de tous les autres phénomènes. Chères sœurs et chers frères, ce que nous vivons aujourd'hui n'est pas une fatalité ni une malédiction. L'Africain est aujourd'hui conscient du volume de la tâche qui l'attend et saura vaincre le désespoir et le défaitisme. Ainsi, il devient légitime pour tout Africain de s'interroger et de se demander si on est bien à l'état où nous sommes, suffisamment bien gouvernés et qu'on a conquis notre citoyenneté entière. Si on a encore un rôle à jouer en tant que représentant des travailleurs et de la société civile. L'engagement du syndicat des travailleurs sur les questions citoyennes, notamment celles relatives à la démocratie, la bonne gouvernance, la paix, les droits humains et la citoyenneté, la justice sociale, ne semble pas convaincre certains qui le voient devoir se limiter à l'agitation et à la revendication professionnelle. Il s'agit d'une vision réductrice du syndicat et de la méconnaissance de son rôle dans l'histoire de son continent. Le développement et la prospérité ne peuvent concerner une partie de la société. L'Afrique est libérée par tous et se construira par tous. L'Afrique est libérée par tous et se construira par tous. L'avenir de l'Afrique est le dénominateur commun de tous les acteurs qui interviennent dans nos sociétés. Seule une dynamique démocratique, participative et inclusive est en mesure de mobiliser toutes les énergies autour d'une vision définie en commun. La démocratie est le meilleur levier pour tout système de bonne gouvernance qui reconnaît le citoyen dans toute sa dimension et lui garantit tous ses droits, tout ce que vivent les travailleurs et les résultats du système mis en place. Le tripartisme, à travers ses différentes formes, en l'occurrence le dialogue social, présente ainsi le meilleur instrument pour une meilleure démocratie et une meilleure gouvernance. L'ambiance qui va caractériser cette conférence, composée d'ailleurs par différents acteurs, témoignera de la consistance de notre vision et de cette vision. Je suis sûr que cette conférence, au menu riche et varié, donnera lieu à des débats fructueux et des échanges productifs entre les membres de l'assistance et contribuera effectivement à mobiliser toutes les énergies africaines au service du développement et de la prospérité pour tous. Elle dégagera néanmoins une perspective. Nous vivrons demain ce que nous changeons aujourd'hui. L'Afrique que nous rêvons est possible. Je pense que l'expérience latino-américaine mérite d'être observée avec beaucoup de sérieux et renforce notre conviction que le XXIe siècle est celui de l'Afrique. Et demain sera bien. Et demain sera bien. Je ne peux terminer mon allocution sans remercier l'Organisation internationale du travail, nos partenaires, au Panaf, l'OTCO de Suède, FGTB de Belgique, la Côte du Brésil, la CIAC Afrique, la Cestral du Rwanda, le gouvernement et le gouvernement rwandais et le Conseil rwandais de la gouvernance qui ont permis à cette conférence de se tenir et d'avoir lieu. En guise de reconnaissance aux vertus du dialogue et du rôle des syndicats. Rôle historique dans la révolution populaire du mois d'octobre 2014 et leur engagement infaillible à faire aboutir le processus démocratique et les valeurs de paix et de la bonne gouvernance. Enfin, je réitère mes remerciements pour le gouvernement de la République du Rwanda, la Cestrar à travers mon ami, mon camarade Eric, que j'aime beaucoup, et toute l'équipe technique pour l'accueil et les conditions de séjour des délégations. Je vous souhaite beaucoup de succès dans vos travaux et un agréable séjour à Kigali, une étoile qui monte. Vive la démocratie, vive le dialogue social, vive la solidarité, vive l'Afrique.
Thank you, comrade. I suppose it's still early in the day, and then there are certain responses that should echo very loud. Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! There is hope for Africa. Certain realities happened on the planet Earth. We know. Holocaust, forum for lamentation, but Afrocentric view, as Comrade Mesut has talked about. I quickly want to invite to the podium Comrade Kwesi Aduamankwa, General Secretary, the African Regional Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, ITUC Africa. Comrade Kwesi.
Thank you, Joel. Honorable guest of honor, Mr. Johnston Buzinge, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Republic of Rwanda, Honorable Minister of Local Government, CEO of the Rwandan Governance Board, Minister Hassan Diop from Senegal, my comrade Areski Mesut, Secretary General of OATU, members of Parliament here present, our distinguished solidarity partners from LOTCO, Sweden, and also from FGTB, my comrade, Deputy General Secretary of ITUC, Wellington, Panaf Director and his able assistant, our resource persons, my brother Vladimir and Professor Adibayo, our social partners, distinguished participants in this important Conference on Democracy and Governance. Let me join in welcoming all of you to this important Pan-African Conference on Democracy and Governance being held under the theme of mobilizing Africans for Africa's transformation. It is indeed a great privilege and pleasure for me to be part of this colorful assembly and to meet old friends and colleagues, as well as new friends and colleagues from around Africa and the world as a whole. As we gather to deliberate over the issues before this conference, there are no doubt some among us who question what another conference on democracy and governance in Africa is about, whether it is worth our while, and whether it will add any value, whether Africa's challenges of democracy and governance can be solved by another conference. Of course, given the many fruitless meetings that are held to discuss issues relating to Africa, there may be some legitimacy in raising these questions. Be that as it may, it is important to underline that it is only by engaging with each other over matters that affect us that we can begin to find the means to address these matters. In this case, in the case such as this conference, a careful selection of trade union activists from around Africa involved with workers' education, trade union leaders, employers' representatives, and I'm talking about trade union leaders from both Africa and without, employers' representatives with whom we work in our different countries, some government representatives with whom, and as well as other civil society activists, and a range of progressive intellectuals who are serving as our resource persons. All this range who make up the participants with whom we are to engage, in our view, will add value to our meeting. It is our fervent hope that our engagement and the insights that we gain from doing so, and the overall conclusions that we may arrive at from this meeting will impact on our work and the organizational relationships that follow from this meeting. If we do not wish this meeting to be just another meeting, another extension in what some call conference tourism, then it means that the insights we gain here should impact on our work when we leave here. It will help us, it should help us to educate better where we are educators. It will help us to lead better as leaders, to express better our solidarity, to manage better. And we should do all this with a commitment to empower those we work for. Mobilizing Africans for Africa's transformation in a context of democracy and governance alludes to the huge democracy deficit in Africa and the overall weak system of governance that prevail on this continent. Of course, it is not all despair and a one-sided story of desperation and hopelessness. That is true, that there are islands of hope on this continent. But the African situation is a grim one. particularly for the over 50% or so people on this continent who live in poverty, and the hundreds of millions of young people who face unemployment and therefore risk precarious adventures to earn a living. Democracy, in which votes are bought or elections rigged, combines with governance which has little room for planning, governance which celebrates mediocrity, glorifies corruption, and pays lip service to accountability, to make the situation of our people a completely desperate one. When we consider democracy, we are looking at how freely we can choose our leaders and hold them accountable for what they do with the mandates we give to them. It also includes how, in truth, we are able to participate in deciding the issues that affect us and our dependents. So there are issues of pluralism and choice available to us and our ability to make informed choices. In respect of the question of elections on this continent, we may wish to consider whether an African electoral body that oversees elections in all our countries can help in achievement of free and fair elections throughout the continent. There is also the issue of power and how well this may be diffused at various levels to avoid its concentration in the hands of only a few people. By all means, democracy means entrusting power to some, but it also means having power expressed in ways that no person or few people can claim to be the only capable ones who are indispensable to the fortunes of any people. Governance, on the other hand, relates to the means and methods by which political administration is carried out to achieve satisfactory ends. This demands efficiency and the use of technical know-how in an effective manner. In a final analysis, democracy and governance must have their objectives in the material and spiritual well-being and dignity of the people, for whom alone power in any given political jurisdiction properly emanates. On this occasion, as we meet to deliberate over these weighty issues for our continent, we express our appreciation to our solidarity partners in the Pan-African Education Program, Panaf. We are talking about LOTC of Sweden, FGTB of Belgium, and CUT of Brazil, for the opportunity for introspection and reflection provided by this conference. The ILO, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, the Tax Justice Network Africa, and the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance also deserve our thanks for their financial, technical, and other contribution to this conference. Our bountiful thanks also go to the Rwandan Governance Board, RGB, and its CEO and staff, and the government of Rwanda for their immense collaboration in making this conference happen. Also to the government of Rwanda, we express our appreciation for what appears to be the apparent positive results of good governance in the wake of the difficult circumstances from which this country emerged in its recent past. There is an example that implores us to nurture hope in the future of Africa and its people. Also to SESTRA, our central trade union organization in Rwanda, we say thank you and well done for all your effort in sacrifice in hosting this conference and making it possible. We look forward to the deliberations of this conference and hope that the insights it provides will lead us forward in addressing the challenges of Africa, in addressing the challenges of democracy and governance, in mobilizing Africans for the forward march and the transformation of Africa for the benefit of its people. Viva Africa! Viva!
Thank you, Comrade Kwesi Aduamankwa. Again, a recurrent theme. We keep hope alive. There is hope because certain things are happening in certain places we can look up to and say to ourselves, indeed, there is nothing patently wrong with our continent. I want to, at this junction, invite our guest of honor, Comrade Brother, Mr. Minister of Justice, Mr. Johnson Busige, to give us his brief words of solidarity.
My brother Minister Francis Kaboneka, comrade, I guess. I note the presence of the head of the Public Service Commission, the Honorable Odeta Nyiramirimo from IALA. I noticed the presence of distinguished colleagues, Honorable Musoni Protaz, Honorable Police Denis, Abdul Karim Harerimana, Dr. Gwamasirabo, Dr. Colonel Joseph Karemera, Fatuma Ndangiza, and many other distinguished guests whom my four eyes are not very easily catching. The Chief Executive Officer, Rwanda Governance Board, the Secretary General, OATUU, Mr. Arezki Mezud, Secretary General ITUC Africa, Mr. Kwasi Adu Amankwa, the former President CUT Brazil and current President of ITUC, Mr. João Antonio Felicio, the Secretary General of Cestral, Mr. Eric Manzi, distinguished guests representing trade unions from African countries, Excellence, chers amis panafricanistes, soyez les bienvenus au Kigali. Allow me to welcome all of you to this city of Kigali. I am told some of you have been here 2 days, others have been here 2.5, so you probably are not very new now. You must have been around Kigali for some good time. It's one of the most beautiful places God created. So you please feel at home, feel safe, feel free, move around. There is always a habit when you come here once, you always come back. There is always a reason to come back. So we look forward to welcoming you here next time when you come back, or when you don't go back and you keep around here. I want to thank you for choosing to have this conference in Rwanda. I can promise you Rwanda will give you her best. I thank the organizers of the important conference, the Pan-African Trade Union Movement, represented by the Organization of African Unity, of African Trade Union Unity, and the African Organization of the International Trade Union Confederation, and the Rwanda Governance Board, and many other stakeholders who have made it possible that this conference is here. I am very honored to be here. Oh, my 4 eyes again. I note the presence in our midst of the Honorable Hassan Diop, Minister of State from the Republic of Senegal. Can we please welcome him? Thank you, as I said, for your kind invitation to be with you here as you begin this important conference on mobilizing Africans for African transformation. Gentlemen and ladies, governance and democracy are very much related and complementary concepts. Sometimes and increasingly, the difference becomes very thin. The line that divides both of them is getting thinner. But democracy is a factor in determining good governance. Democratic governance empowers people and puts them at the center of the development process. In democratic governance, people should not only own the products, they should also own the processes which lead to those products. Citizen engagement is a vital driver of country transformation when it is given sufficient attention, not only at local level, but also in the elaboration process of major governing strategic, institutional, and legal frameworks. Participation at the grassroots level is promoted through decentralization processes, which could be different depending on context, whereby local communities are empowered through their involvement in decision-making. This enables them to discuss and direct the issues that touch them. In Rwanda, decentralization is regarded as a key policy, and it has contributed as a soft enabler in building a democratic or inclusive, united, economically prospering nation. Our 13 years of experience in decentralization have now convinced us that democratic devolution is part of nation building. It has also proved to be a catalyst for improving the well-being of citizens and empowering them to fully participate in their development. Rwanda also set up mechanisms to ensure transparency and accountability. Notable among these is our income and asset disclosure system, which requires all public officers to declare what they have and how they got it. The intention is to prevent and help detect the use of public office for private gain, and to help build a climate of integrity in public administration. While complying with these tools in the public arena, we have also adopted tools that help the private sector and civil society to follow suit, because integrity cannot be in one place and not the other. Accountability cannot be in one place and not the other. And when we talk about inclusive governance and democracy, we are talking about governance which supports development in all its aspects and helps to reduce poverty. many of the countries in Africa recognize that growth must tap into Africa's demographic dividend. Efforts to absorb young people into the labor market, into productive sphere, will require, among other things, revisiting the structure and curricula of education systems on the continent to ensure that the skills we develop match the growth patterns that we espouse. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is blessed with resources. This has been said for about, I think 100 years is very few. We have said Africa is blessed with resources, sometimes more resources than we imagine it has. And allow me to challenge you, as my colleagues before have challenged. It is not too late. There is no conference that is simply a place to meet and people go home. I'm sure there is always value addition from every conference. So let me challenge you that even at this conference, let's talk again about Africa's resources. But also, let's look about how these resources are managed. Let us talk about whether they are managed well or whether there is some work to be done. Whether someone somewhere in the public, in the private, in the civil society is wasting these resources or not using them to maximum advantage. Let us also talk about capital outflow from Africa, which we think deserves a lot of attention, like it did many years ago. We need measures and mechanisms to address capital flight challenges. We need measures and mechanisms to address corruption that is always linked to this capital flight from Africa. And we'll continue to put constraints on how we can mobilize ourselves for our own development. The trade union movement, as part of civil society, needs to play its part with a united campaign to direct their government's attention towards these issues. Trade unions, in my view, should add their voice to the effort to make sure public resources are invested in sectors that will ensure inclusive and equitable development. This issue is far too important to be left to governments and policymakers alone. Sometimes we become too busy to think about it. And when the trade union is working very well, that business is cut short and we are awakened to deal with these matters. The trade union is a vital movement, a movement which is vital and strategically placed to cause change through advocacy and focused advocacy. The way governments collect money, the way public resources are spent, can play a major role in stimulating growth and reducing poverty and inequality. And if growth is to benefit all of us, the whole society needs to be committed to uphold the rights and opportunities of all citizens and to counter vested interests more often than not present. As long as management of resources is wrong-headed, the continent will continue to struggle to deal with challenges like youth unemployment, like health, like agriculture, but we will have limited capacity in terms of achievement. Agenda 2063 of the African Union emphasizes the need to mobilize domestic resources towards sustainable and inclusive development, ensuring that our resources are used for us is probably one of the big things that we need to do towards Agenda 2063. Ladies and gentlemen, most of the African states got political independence from the 50s all the way to the early 60s. But our continent still struggles to become economically independent. Many of the countries are now on track, forging their way to become economically and democratically vibrant. This is very crucial for our continent. But I don't want to name names. But I think we all know that there are countries which in 1950 were behind where we were in the same year. Today, we call them our donors. We call them, they give us grants, they give us donations. Perhaps this is such a time as Africans should sit down and ask themselves, why should South Korea give us donations and grants and money when in 1950 we could actually give it the same things? What has happened? Have we lost some of the brains? Have we lost some of the eyes? Have we lost some of the legs? What has happened? What has changed? Economic and social transformation depends on self-reliance of Africans. Foreign aid and grants have sincerely not developed us. If they had the capacity to develop us, Africa would be a first world. After the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, Rwanda thought that we had had enough. And I think that was understandable. So we decided to check with ourselves what might be wrong. We decided to answer to our own questions and try to build a nation that reflects what we think are our values with homegrown solutions. And we were able to resolve outstanding issues which not only would not have been able to be resolved, but there had been attempts to resolve them and there was failure. These solutions have contributed not only to the peace and reconciliation and unity and restorative justice that we enjoy today, but we have taken them another level. They are part of our lives. We have mainstreamed them, and they have contributed by and large in social and economic transformation. We do believe in democracy, in good governance, in power sharing, in accountability, in political pluralism, civil society vibrancy, and participation. But we also believe that we understand what these fundamentals mean, and we do not generally wait for prompting from anybody in order to do these things. How we have done them suits Rwandans, and we keep going. If anything doesn't go well, we go back to the drawing board without blaming anybody. Finally, the way I see the topics and the panels and the sessions and the profiles of the discussants that you have here, I feel very confident and feel very proud that again we have got a significant number of Africans in the same place. We have in the midst of us trade unionists from beyond Africa who are here to talk to us, and we talk to them. I'm very confident that the efforts deployed in preparing this big conference will bear very commendable fruit. I must say that we will continue to wait very eagerly for the resolutions of this conference. I want to wish you very fruitful deliberations, and something that my colleagues were not allowed to do, let me do it. I declare the Pan-African Trade Union International Conference on Democracy and Good Governance open here at Serena, Kigali. I thank you very much.
But to help us, we have a competent team that will do that. So before I read his text, like I've been asked to do as a messenger, I will hand over to Dr. Mugabo to lead us accordingly in how we proceed. Doctor, please.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to moderate this panel for the very important, prominent and eminent people, and we are privileged to have them on the panel. I think as the guest of honor said, if you read the profiles of these people, they are really very high profile people, and I would advise you to just Google on the internet, you get the facts. So as Joe, I'm not a doctor, but I think you've inspired me, and next time I think I should do it. I'm called Anna Mugabo, Director General of Labor and Employment. Maybe DG kind of confused, maybe was kind of misinterpreted and they said I'm a doctor. But next time, maybe in some 2-3 years to come. Thank you. May I, if you allow, invite Mr. Joe to just give us a brief remarks on what Mr. Bufo Akomo, editor at large of the New African magazine, who was supposed to be here with us, to share his message, and then we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Speech by Bafo Ankoma, editor at large, New African magazine, London, for the Pan-African Trade Union Conference on Democracy and Governance under the theme, Democracy and Governance, Mobilizing Africans for Africa's Transformation, from the 28th to the 30th of October 2015, here in Kigali, Rwanda. Comrades, it was the Englishman Eric Arthur Blair, also known as George Orwell, who said that at 50, everyone has the face he deserves. So you can look at the person sitting by you this morning and see if he or she has the face they deserve. For sure, at 50 years as independent nations, Africa has the face it deserves. If that face does not look good in the mirror, it is because we have not always been true to ourselves. This is why today, our trade unions, alarmed at the face we carry as a continent, want Africa to mobilize its sons and daughters for Africa's transformation. To me, The title of this conference has a ring of indictment about it. If you are a 50-year-old man and your son wakes up one morning and says, "Father, you have to mobilize all your sons and daughters for your transformation," it means you haven't done well enough. You have messed up big time. In fact, the theme for this conference takes me back to 11 May 1926. On that fateful day, something happened in the USA, which has a huge bearing on our conference today. On that day, an unconventional white American defense lawyer called Clarence Darrow saved an African-American young man called Henry Sweet from the executioner. And what happened in court before the head of the black man was saved has critical lessons for Africa. Clarence Darrow was born in 1857 in Kingsman, Ohio, the son of an agnostic undertaker. He grew up to become an unusual defense lawyer. It is said that in over 50 capital cases throughout his career, he lost only his first client to the executioner. In 1926, Darrow battled to save an entire African-American family of 11 members, headed by Dr. Ocean Sweet, from a murder charge. The family had just moved to Detroit to work in the car industry. The night that Dr. Ocean Sweet and his family moved into their new home in Detroit, an organized mob of whites, accentuated by racism, started a riot to hold them out. The white mobs had been doing that to black families for months. They didn't want them in the city. So, as soon as the Sweets settled into their new home, the mobs came. They threw rocks at the house, and feeling threatened, the Sweet family fought back. The riot was so bad that at one point, Henry Sweet, the younger brother of Dr. Ocean Sweet, picked up a gun and fired it through an upper window, causing the death of a white man called Leon Brenner. At first, the whole 11 members of the Sweet family were tried for the murder of Brenner, but the all-white jury failed to reach a verdict, so the white bench decided to organize individual trials for each family members. The first of those trials involved Henry Sweet, who admitted to firing a gun. This is when Clarence Darrow came in. He believed that if he could secure an acquittal for Henry Sweet, the other trials of the family members would disappear. On 11 May 1926, Henry Sweet's trial came to a head when Darrow gave a 7-hour closing speech for the all-white jury. I bet he really intended to torment their ears and buttocks. How else will anyone condemn people to sit for 7 hours listening to a summing up in court? The last 3 paragraphs of Darrow's 7-hour speech are so pertinent to this conference and for what faces Africa in our time that I would like to quote them here for your consideration. Darrow told the jury, "I know the Negro race has a long road to go. I believe the life of the Negro race has been a life of tragedy, of injustice, of oppression. The law has made him equal, but man has not. And after all, the last analysis is, what has man done? And what has the Lord done? I know there is a long road ahead of the Negro before he can take the place which I believe he should take. I know that before him there is suffering, sorrow, tribulation, and death among the blacks. I am sorry. I will do what I could to avert it. I will advise patience. I will advise toleration. I will advise understanding. I will advise all of those things which are necessary for men who live together." The great Darrow then turned directly to the 12 white men on the jury. By this time, their buttocks were really hot from the benches. He asked them, "Gentlemen, what do you think is your duty in this case?" "I have watched. Day after day, these black, tense faces that have crowded this court, These black faces that now are looking to you, 12 whites, feeling that the hopes and fears of a race is in your keeping. This case is about to end, gentlemen. To them, it is life. Not one of their colors sits on this jury. Their fate is in the hands of 12 whites. Their eyes are fixed on you, their hearts goes out to you, and their hopes hang on your verdict. This is all. I ask you on behalf of this defendant, on behalf of these helpless ones who turn to you, and more than that, on behalf of this great state, and this great city which face this problem, and face it fairly, I ask you, in the name of progress and of the human race, return a verdict of not guilty in this case. Thank God, the jury did the honorable thing. After 4 hours of deliberations, they reached a not guilty verdict, causing the charges against the other members of the Sweets family to be dropped. This was because Darrow had cleverly argued in court that the case was about racism, not murder. He had told the court, I insist there is nothing but prejudice in this case. That is, if it was reversed and 11 white men are shot and killed a black man while protecting their home and their lives against a move of blacks, nobody would have dreamed of having them indicted. Take the hatred away and you have nothing left. Lessons to be learned. So why am I recounting this story at the beginning of a conference whose theme is democracy and governance, mobilizing Africans for can learn less as we pursue the goal of mobilizing our people for Africa's transformation. First, Darrow knew that the Negro race has a long way to go. He believed that the life of the Negro race has been a life of tragedy, of injustice, of oppression. He believed that though the law has made the Negro equal, but man had not. That is very critical. Man has not made the Negro equal. And after all, he said, the last analysis is, what has man done? I particularly like the bit about what has man done. What has man done to the African to make him believe that his ancestors did not build any form of governance system that he can improve upon for his own good? Of course, at this point, Comrade Bafor has entered his critical arguments, comrades. What has man done for the African to show his hands in the air and accept anything coming from abroad as superior to his own systems? What has man done for the African to lose all the self-confidence that God Almighty put in him? What has man done to reduce the African to his current psychological state, where anybody anywhere outside the continent thinks he can walk over him, and in fact sometimes give him advice, if not dictate that runs contrary to his very nature? Clarence Darrow's last words appeal so much to my soul, and I know they will appeal to yours too. I ask you, he told the jury, in the name of progress and of the human race, return a verdict of not guilty in this case. I stand here, unfortunately it's not standing, and say this morning, in the name of progress and of the human race, let this conference and Africa do something really transformative about the way we value ourselves. It is critical. Because if you don't put enough value on yourself, people can buy you for cheap or even stamp on your head without you even noticing it. Africa should put more value on African life and the way we live. In the name of progress and of the human race, let us do something really transformative about how we govern ourselves. We should do something out of the box, something that can bring real progress and prosperity to the people of Africa. We shouldn't continue to behave like the John Vorster that Henry Kissinger met in South Africa in 1976. After meeting the South African Prime Minister, Kissinger wrote to his boss in Washington, I've just met a character out of the Old Testament. We would have loved to interrogate that further. Unfortunately, Comrade Bafor is not here. We have to move into a new era where we do things out of the convention of African ownership. Because until now, we have been following the white man like a blind man. And as such, our eyes can no longer see. We are blind. Ladies and gentlemen, we need white canes. Isn't that amazing? Even when we are blind, we still need white canes to walk the streets, not black canes. It's getting really, really critical now, comrades. You follow him. But white or black canes, we must save ourselves. There is no Clarence Darrow to save us now. We must rely on our own God-given intellect, norms and systems to save ourselves. Enough of aping foreigners. Which reminds me of what the American President John Washington said in his farewell address on 17 September 1796. Well, these Americans, they are like wives, Washington said. You can't avoid them, can you? I hope nobody is saying it's sexist. George Washington told his people, history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican governments. Washington therefore urged his nation not to go the route of aping foreigners. It is our true policy, he said, to stay clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world, so far, I mean, as we are now at liberty to do it. He didn't want America, then a young country growing up, to be unduly influenced by foreigners, especially their European cousins, and do things that do not suit America and its interests. Can Africa say the same thing today, especially when it comes to democracy and governance? Are we doing something that does not suit Africa and its interests? Isn't it time we mobilized our people to bring real transformation in the way we govern ourselves and conduct our lives in Africa? Time has come, I think, for Africa to put value on its own knowledge systems. We must do things that suit Africa and its manifold interests, rather than doing what the Nigerian musician, yeah, that one is popular, Fela Nicola Kokuti described as following other people's footsteps, whether those footsteps will take us to hell or not. There's no point for us to continue seeing ourselves as black shadows of anybody, white, yellow, or green, and that everything they say or do is what we say or do, even if it doesn't suit our nations or our temperament. The themes of his argument on issues of borders and free access, Nkrumah has this to say. For example, before the white man came, Africa did not have the current borders. Today, the white man who brought us the current borders, if you recall, there was a conference in Berlin in 1884, and that's where Africa was partitioned without our presence. And so Nkrumah is referring to that. The current borders has removed the borders in its own continent, in other words, Europe, making it possible for people to move, to have free access to their countries. Yet Africa, which received the current borders as a foreign concept, is tenaciously holding on to them as if our very lives depend on them. In process, we are making it difficult for Africans to have free access to the beautiful lands of Africa. It is a matter of great shame that today non-Africans have much freer access to Africa. They can travel to many African countries, visa-free or getting visa on arrival, than the African whose continent is Africa. That experience is familiar. I know it because I hold a dual Ghanaian British citizenship, and my British passport gives me more hassle-free travel in Africa than my Ghanaian passport. And the Africans want somebody to come from abroad to tell him that this is wrong and that something must be done about it without delay. It is for this reason that we all thank God that Rwanda has elected to show Africa the way by allowing visa on arrival for all Africans. July this year, the African Union took a resolution on migration. And one of the positions is that by 2017, Africa should work towards visa-free for all Africans. Nkrumah is asking, do we have to wait for 2017? Their gesture has saved the African from the many frustrations and sometimes humiliation he faces at African embassies where he needs a visa to visit his homeland. What has man done to the Negro? Clarence Darrow asked in 1926. In 2005, should the question be changed to what has the Negro done to the Negro? What has the African done to the African, to himself? We need a savior transformation to quickly rescue us from ourselves. Isn't that an ambition? Rescuing ourselves from ourselves. Another argument, questions, issues of term limits. President George Washington talked about how history and experience prove that foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government. To the African, one of these baneful foes has been the current term limits as we have put on our government and presidents. Comrades, brace yourselves. Why do I say so? Fact number one, the Europeans who claim to have come to teach us democracy have no term limits in their own countries. Or more accurately, the majority of them have no term limits. So their presidents and prime ministers can run and run until they fall dead or the people vote them out. As I speak, Angela Merkel is in her third term in Germany because the Germans see her as a good leader. Last week, Stephen Harper, running for the fourth term as Canadian Prime Minister, lost to the young Justin Trudeau. When I complained to a colleague that Harper was going for a fourth term, I was reminded that Prime Ministers of Canada do not have a fixed term. Instead, they may stay in office as long as their government is supported by Parliament under a system of responsible government. Thus, in the past, some of them had served up to 6 terms. So now my question is, can Africa ever have a good leader like Angela Merkel or Stephen Harper, who deserves to run and run until the people vote him or her out? Or are we so cursed that good leaders cannot even come from Africa? Which makes us think that we have to place a 2-term limit of 8 years on our presidents, whether they are good or bad. Last week, it suddenly hit me in the face that Canada, which shares a long border with the USA, refused blankly to follow America's example of 2-term limits for their presidents. So what the hell is Africa doing following America's example? 2 months ago, I had the occasion to discuss these matters with President Paul Kagame. Okay, Mr. Bafwan Kuma is editor-at-large. In September, he interviewed President Paul Kagame. For this month, he interviewed President Kiel of South Sudan, and I think for the next edition of New African, that interview will come out. So he's recounting his interview with President Paul Kagame. I had the occasion to discuss these matters with President Paul Kagame when I came here with my wife, photographer, to interview him for our magazine, New African. The president's views on the matter are quite refreshing, not because he currently finds himself in the same soup of a third-term bid, but because they are true. For the benefit of those who haven't seen the interview yet, let me sum up what the president told us. Asked about the current campaign to make him run for a third term, he said, first, I have not, and you can investigate it by asking anybody, that I have not sought or asked anybody to change the constitution for me. No, I'm not part of this exercise as you see it. That is number one. So I see people writing that Kagame is seeking a third term. No, I'm not seeking anything. Second, the 3.7 million Rwandans who have signed the petition and the many others besides are the ones who are saying, let's change the constitution. After all, we wrote it in the first place. It is not me, the president, who wants the constitution changed. Therefore, if for them they think they are going to change the constitution, that is their business. I respect the constitution, and I will continue to respect the constitution made by the people. That may be true, I said to him. But how do you convince people that the push for a third term is not being remote controlled from State House? His answer was to the point. In some cases in Africa, he said, you may have a leader who gives the impression that people want him to stay. But in reality, they want him to go. But he may present himself and say, people want me. That is how sometimes it has ended in problems in certain countries. But if there was a way of knowing the truth that the people really want him to stay, there should be no problem. The problem only comes when some leaders and their friends and families and the ones who engineer the push and say people want me, people want me. But I can assure you that in our case, the push is not coming from me or my family or my friends. My next question to President Kagame, back to the traditional Africa, where we don't have time limits for our kings. Okay. On this one, the comrades from Swaziland, we have interesting points to note. If you are a good king, you stay on till you die. If you are a bad king, you are kicked out. Now the people of Rwanda, as I understand it, are saying this man has been a good president for us. And even though we had followed the white man tradition and set time limits for the presidency, we still want him to continue in office after 2017. What's bad about it? President Kagame is not shy to speak his mind, so he gave me a straight answer. I find nothing wrong with that, he said. And that is why I'm saying people are distorting the whole argument when they say Kagame wants a third time. I have told nobody that I want anything. Believe me, as much as I have simply stayed away from the whole thing, I have not been part of it. For one thing, and the simple reason is, I want to really be sure of what is going on. That is why I have left the 3.7 million people and the many others to play it out, to convince themselves and convince others that what we are dealing with is the real thing and not fake or manipulated. That is why I'm saying, even you as a journalist and an analyst, and somebody coming from outside our country, you are doing us a good service in trying to understand the nuances and the whole detail about this issue, so that we know the reality of what we are dealing with. And maybe it's going to end up being another case where Rwanda charts its own course and lives by it and reaps the benefit of it, or faces the consequences. I took the president to the Middle East, where the kings ruled till they fall dead and are succeeded by their sons. Yet their countries and economies are blossom, and thousands of Africans go to Dubai every week to buy and sell back home. Nobody have ever heard of any election in Dubai or in any of the other emirates and kingdoms. And surprise, surprise, nobody from the West is insisting that Saudi Arabia or the other emirates and kingdoms introduce democracy or term limits. So why does Africa, as President Kagame, choose to follow blindly Western systems, believing that most of the Europeans do not have term limits in their own countries? And not the Arabs, even the very USA, which Africa is following blindly, only introduced term limits in 1951, a good 175 years after its independence from Britain in 1776. And that is only after the USA had become an economic, political, and military superpower. Why can't Africans then do our own thing? Something that suits us, like the Canadians, like the Europeans, like the Arabs. President Kagame's answer to my long question was as sweet as they come. It is the problem of Africa, he said. The African mind is still trapped in the past, the colonial past. I think slavery and colonialism did a lot of damage to the African. He never believes in his own rights or thinks that he is ever right. He always sees right in what happens elsewhere. It is a mindset issue, and it's a serious matter. So the African always seek validation from the outside. It's a big problem. But they are mixing a couple of things. You see, among us Africans, there are people who make very serious mistakes, and those people include leaders. How they come to power, how they have exercised power, and maybe they have term limits and have ended up messing up and changing the constitution because they say people want them when people actually want them to go. And therefore, this triggers a problem where people say, oh, this man did terrible things when he was in power, and now he wants another term limit. So God forbid. And they take this particular case and extrapolate it and make it work for all Africa. So we have a kind of one-size-fits-all solution. So the term limit issue becomes the standard for the African, when in fact it is, or it should be, the problem in a few particular cases in Africa. They forget that other cases in Africa may be different, which again triggers another thing. In Europe, for example, there are no term limits in the UK or Germany and in all European countries. Even Australia has no term limits. But here in Africa, the issue is almost a given. A God-given right according to them. And that term limits can happen so seamlessly here because we are supposed not to have leaders who are not dictators, who don't want to cling to power, who didn't manipulate things. So no term limits because no term limit becomes the preserve of others, but not the African. And yet the African accepts it and says, oh, you know these ones outside Africa can do whatever they want. But here in Africa, things cannot be like that. If there are no term limits, a bad leader can manipulate things and perpetuate himself in power, and we will find it difficult to remove him. So the African takes refuge in that and doesn't even stop and say, how does it work in Germany? How does it work in the UK? Why don't we do it here and make sure it works? We deprive ourselves of the right and ability to actually achieve it by simply saying, no, for us, you know, we are country X, we are laymen, so somebody will come and stay forever, even when they are doing the wrong things. So let's agree with the Western world that we should have time limits as a way of protecting ourselves from ourselves. The president laughed at this thought, protecting ourselves from ourselves, and then finished off his answer by saying, they say they are protecting themselves from themselves by binding themselves with what is being suggested by the West. This is a real problem, and the confusion prevails. The insanity prevails. Otherwise, there is no reason why Africa cannot chart its own course. My next question was a simple one. So what do we do in Africa? President Kagame's answer was a sharp one. Many things, he said. You see the mess, even the Western countries that are advanced in so-called democracy. Yes. Whatever they define it, just look at the problems they are facing even now. So I fail to understand what they advocate as a perfect democratic system. I don't know which one is it. Even for them, democracy manifests in different forms. It is never in one form. And they come to Africa and just kick anybody they meet into line. An African is choosing to have a problem. For me, I don't know which democracy the West advocates. They have term limits in the USA and no term limits in almost all of Europe. So which one are they saying Africa should go for? The African one or the European one? Ladies and gentlemen, I've chosen not to paragraph my interview with President Kagame because I want you to get the full force of the issues at stake. I myself have been thinking about these term limits for the past 5 years. I have in fact written about it in New Africa, and I've also been speaking about it at Pan-African conferences. Okay, so it tells us it's the reactions he has been getting. But my views have always been dismissed by African academics and conference goers who think we Africans cannot, for sake of our creator, give an African president the carte blanche of no term limits. The presidents are so bad, they say, that if you allow them an inch, they will take 1,000 miles. And we cannot get rid of them. So term limit, it must be. Another argument, economic one, the Asian tigers. Amazingly, these academics and conference goers want Africa to emulate the Asian tigers in terms of building developmental states in transforming Africa into tiger economies and society. Yet, when I point out that Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, or even Japan did not become a tiger economy with a term limit in position on their presidents, the academics shrug their shoulders and say, no, we can't have no term limits in Africa. But their intransigence does not take away the fact that Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, the father of Singapore's miracle, did not achieve the miracle in 2 terms of 4 years each in office. He ran for the elections from 1959 to 1990 until he got tired and stepped down after 31 years in office. That is how the Singapore miracle was achieved. Even after he stepped down, Lee Kuan Yew still held ministerial position until 2011. His successor, God Chong Tong, appointed him as senior minister in 1990, a post he held until 2004, when his eldest son, Ling Hsien-Long, became the prime minister. Lee Kuan Yew then assumed the advisory post of minister mentor until he left the cabinet in 2011. In total, he held successive ministerial posts for 56 years. And yet the African wants his president to be in office for 4 years, or at the most 8 years, and still expect him to achieve what Lee Kuan Yew achieved in 31 years as prime minister and 56 years as cabinet minister. No, the African president cannot achieve Lee Kuan Yew's feat in 4 years or even in 8 years. In fact, no magician can achieve it in that time. Actually, the record of the Asian Tigers provide an education. In Taiwan, Chiang Kai-shek, the father of the Taiwan miracle, stayed in power for 25 years, from 1950 to 1975 when he died. If you add the years that he served as the leader of the Republic of China from 1928, before he was defeated by the communists and he moved to Taiwan, Chiang Kai-shek was in office for a total of 47 years. In South Korea, General Park Chung-hee, the father of the South Korean miracle, stayed in power for 18 years, from 1961 to 1979, when he was assassinated. In Malaysia, Mahathir Mohamad, the father of the Malaysian economic miracle, was in power for 22 years, from 1981 to 2003, the longest-serving prime minister of Malaysia. The trio of Lee Kuan Yew, Chiang Kai-shek, and Mahathir Mohamad were elected again and again and again until they stepped down or died. So, whoever told the African that this president could build a miracle economy in 2 terms of 4 years each has done him a great disservice. Thank God Obama did not tell us that, though Obama had 2 terms of 4 years. But can anybody sincerely tell me what the American president does apart from going to war? Or what the UK Prime Minister does apart from tugging onto the coattails of the USA and going to war with America? I've had 2 occasions to take a bus trip from Chicago that took me all the way down to Atlanta in the south and back up again to Charlotte and Stateville in North Carolina in the northeast. And on the second occasion from New York to Boston. Those 2 bus trips gave me an education. It showed me how very developed the American road system and other facilities are. So Obama does not need to build any more motorways or universities or high schools or toilets or make markets or airports or dams to produce electricity or water supply systems or even new hospitals. Everything is done and in good shape. It may introduce Medicare for poor people, but if you give him 2 terms of 4 years each, it is enough for him to get Medicare through Congress, go to war, and grow gray hairs. The same can be said of the UK Prime Minister. I have lived in Britain for 28 years now, so I know what I'm talking about. Britain is run so efficiently by the local councils and boroughs, and not the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister only gets the Chancellor of the Exchequer to organize the national budget that gives the local councils and boroughs the subvention they need to top up the taxes they collect from residents and businesses in their local areas to run the affairs of their local areas, which includes the roads, the schools, the police in their local areas, the housing and social services, the hospitals, and doctors and nurses and everything in between. Because the local councils and boroughs are very competent and efficient, Britain runs smoothly on their system, on their steam, not the prime ministers. He, in fact, has very little to do. That is why they have all the time to go to war. And yet, Britain today had a fixed 5-year term for its government. But the prime minister has no term limits. He can run and run until he gets tired and steps down or voted out by the people. In fact, in the British system, the prime minister is not even elected for at all. He's voted for as an MP by the people in his own constituency. But nationally, he's not voted for as a prime minister. He becomes a prime minister because he is the leader of the party that wins the most seats in the House of Commons. So what am I saying? Simple. What am I saying? Simple. Britain and the other European countries have devised democratic and governance systems that suit their individual national interests and temperaments. It is only the African who cannot devise a system that suits him and his national interests. He is the only one who has to follow other people's systems, whether they suit him or not. Today, most African countries have chosen to follow the American system of 2 terms of 4 years each, without stopping to think that for 175 years, between 1776 and 1951, the Americans chose not to have term limits for their president. As such, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the 32nd president of the USA, was able to run for 4 terms in office and was indeed elected each time. First in 1932, 36, 40, and 1944. In fact, it was not too long ago, actually in 1949, that the Americans decided to amend their constitution to bring in the 2-term limits for their presidents. And even then, it took them 3 long years to get the required ratification from the 50 states to make the amendment effective in 1951. In effect, if the American today allows his president 2 terms of 4 years each, while Obama, who is not expected to build any new universities or schools or electricity projects, also gets 2 terms of 4 years each, what are we saying in Africa? Is it any wonder that our continent is struggling to make any headway? First, the equation is not even fair on the African president, because he has too much to do than Obama. The African president must keep one eye on building new schools, new universities, new bus stops, new hospitals, new roads, new electricity projects, new waste, new water supply systems, new toilets, and new everything, while learning the skill of begging for budgetary support from development partners. The only thing the African president does not do, or is expected to do, is to distribute new wives and husbands to his citizens. And even that might change in the near future, you never know. It is a tough job to be an African president, no doubt about that. Therefore, it is not fair for Obama to stand at the podium of the African Union in Addis Ababa and pretend to lecture us about term limits. He has no idea what the African president goes through. It was totally out of context in Addis Ababa. And what is more, those who want African president to produce miracles, miracle economies in 4 years or 8 years, should not forget one very important thing. The miracle economies of Asia were political projects assiduously sponsored by a rich USA, bent on winning the Cold War by any means necessary. Sometimes it did it alone through political, diplomatic, and financial means, and sometimes it did it in concert with its allies. History showed that when China went communist in 1949, following in the steps of the Soviets to the north, America and its allies deliberately set out to contain communism by making countries like Taiwan, Japan, and other East Asian tigers become the paragons of economic prosperity as a way of telling not only the communists in China and the Soviet Union, but their allies and sympathizers elsewhere in the world that real good life rests with the Americans and the West. Therefore, though the Asian tigers worked hard to become what they are today, they couldn't have done it alone in the time they did it without American financial, political, diplomatic, and economic support. We shouldn't forget this fact. If Africa had had the generous American financial assistance and the ready markets America and its allies gave the Asians in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, even up to now as I speak, our continent would not have been what it is today. So we have to bring some context to the Asian-African discussions. In 1999, I attended an African-Asian summit, business summit in Malaysia, where Mahathir Mohamad gave a rousing speech about the miracle economies of Asia and pointed out clearly that the miracle was not only down to the industriousness of the Asian, but also largely due to the huge investments and help from the West. When we as Asians were struggling for a place in the economic zone, Westerners came here and invested, which produced a win-win for all. That is what Africa has lost out, Mahathir was saying at the conference. So the Africans should get his bearings right. Our continent and Europe are near neighbors. geopolitically, to take you less time to travel from Africa to Europe, but it will take you more than 11 hours to travel from Africa to Asia, just for time, comrades. Comrade Nkuma is saying Europeans, the US, have chosen to invest very far in Asia than to come to Africa where it's very close, where at most you can travel 2 hours. And the longest within Africa could be 11 hours when you are going to South Africa. So he's asking the question why this is so. And he has pointed to the fact industrialization is at the heart of it. Unfortunately for Africa, history shows that the surest way to prosperity is by industrialization. And not a few of us agree with this argument. Another one we also will interrogate further. Pertinent. It is not aid, it is not grant. For a long time, Africa has concentrated on getting aids and grants. In fact, some African countries do actually get more than 50% of their actual budgets supported by aid and grants from abroad. No wonder we are strongly to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, this mentality is changing, at least on paper. And Comrade Nkuma has talked about the 2063 African Union agenda, which the various RECs, and like we know currently, SADC has gone a step further to actually distill in strong terms what African industrialization processes, outcomes should look like. We will ask colleagues to also look at what SADC has done. It would be a shame if it did, because history again shows that the more a country specializes in the production of raw materials, yes, the argument he has made again on the questions of the metropole and the periphery economy, why some of us are condemned to being perpetual primary producers and others are the ones that transform primary produce to finished goods, value addition. I'd like to remind myself of the advice freely given to developing countries by the Norwegian economic historian, Professor Eric Reinhardt. He reminds developing countries of what the Americans used to say in the 1820s. Don't do as the English tells you to do. Do as the English did. Instead, Reinhardt says, today's best advice to developing countries is don't do as the Americans tell you to do. Do as the Americans did. For as Reinhardt explains, wealthy nations have a tendency to force upon poor nations theories they themselves have never followed and probably will never will. Familiar, 1980s, Africa's lost decade, structural adjustment, World Bank, IMF, structural impositions, the consequences, we know very well. Reinhardt's views are supported by another modern economist, the South Korean Andrew Chang, who is not surprised that rich countries do not recommend to Africa's developing countries the strategies that served them so well in the past. Contrary to what the orthodoxy will have us believe, Chang says, virtually all the successful developing countries since the Second World War initially succeeded through nationalistic policies, using protection, subsidies, and other forms of government intervention. Chang continues, the recent economic success stories of China and increasingly India are also examples that show the importance of strategic rather than unconditional integration with the global economy based on a nationalistic vision like the US in the mid-19th centuries, or Japan and Korea in the mid-20th century. Familiar debate. Chang simply says the argument of telling Africa not to do what others have done to get to industrialization, it's what he terms as kicking away the ladder. You have climbed up, you don't want us to use the same model to climb up. He continues on Chang. Chang says, yes, countries should defy the market and enter difficult and more advanced industries if they want to escape poverty. The question of industrialization, if we want to change as Africa, it is not because it is easy. Those difficult things, we must venture into them, we must dare to do. This simple but powerful principle, sacrificing the present to improve the future, sacrificing the present to improve the future, Chang said, is why the Americans refused to practice free trade in the 19th century. Come December, the WTO will be meeting in Nairobi, and there will be a lot of pretensions. The tests have been going round to assume that the Doha rounds of discussion is closed, and that the issues of subsidy and whatever and protection economies should go. As we speak, trade agreements have been negotiated, and they are so awful to the point that businesses can even sue governments, and businesses can take government to courts. And the constituency, the periphery, and the powers of businesses are increasingly becoming bigger than sovereign states. What do this mean for us? I suppose this is part of Comrade Bafor's argument. It is why Finland did not want foreign investment until recently. It is why the South Korean government set up steel mills in the 1960s, despite the objections of the World Bank. It is why the Swiss did not issue patents, and the Americans did not protect foreigners' copyright until the 19th century. And then, of course, Comrade Nkrumah talks about the Morgenthau and the Marshall Plans. How the Morgenthau, after the Second World War, was intended to turn Germany into a pastoralist state, so that Germany does not have the capacity to ferment trouble further. And then, of course, it became a total failure. And America had to send its former president, President Hoover, to go to Germany to see what went wrong. And the story was that Hoover gave a very damning report, his TED report, and that report said that the Morgenthau plan cannot work, except, of course, all Germans are moved elsewhere. And that led to the birth of the Marshall Plan. So, in 1974, yes, of course, I have given a brief summary of that. The details of the Marshall Plans were negotiated a month at a meeting in Paris, and its implementation, starting in 1949 and ending in 1951. $13 billion, equivalent in 2007 to 130 billion, was channeled into war-torn Europe, the economies of Europe. Regarding Germany, the Marshall Plan insisted that industry, not agriculture, or export of raw materials should be returned to its 1936 level, which was considered the last normal year before the war. Therefore, Germany's industrial powers today had the Marshall Plan to thank. Sadly, as Professor Reinhardt notes, today's problem is that the dominating barter-focused economic theory fails to appreciate the difference between a Marshall Plan and a Morgenthau Plan. Politicians today abuse the concept of a Marshall Plan by using it to describe any large transfers of resources to poor African countries. He goes on, it cannot be emphasized strongly enough that the kernel of the Marshall Plan was real industrialization. The demand and the supply of capital was per se entirely secondary to the principal strategy of developing the industrial life of a nation. Before the 1980s, Africa, to an extent, there was a sense of trajectory towards industrialization. Modicum of modest progress were made here and there, even at the social, the economic level. But at some point, all of that got truncated. Some economists have argued Africa was at the point of moving towards industrialization with good plans, such as the Lagos Action Plan and others. But post-SAP, the country has plunged. Globalization has become the new process of colonization through what is a de facto Morgenthau Plan a colony now as 5 centuries ago is fundamentally a country that is only allowed to produce raw materials. To close up, recommendations of Comrade Ankoma. To achieve transformation in Africa, the time is here for us to take a second look at how we govern ourselves. We have followed the Americans enough, far too closely, that today we have become blind. The question of 2 terms should be interrogated further. We should discuss further, he has said, because there's not enough time for our leaders to do all that should be done. He has called for flexibility in how we govern ourselves. And that if at all it's a case of where leaders are dictatorial. In his paper, he has argued in Africa that he has challenged us to point at one country where there is a dictator. Then maybe he can advise us on how we can get them out. Unfortunately, it's not here. Some of us will have asked the question. But that, if we must apply time limits in terms of being flexible, the question of development should be critical, that we should not allow time limit to give room for distortion. Can we have national development plan entrenched in national constitutions so that after 8 years, if we say time limit is it, somebody else comes, that person does not deviate from the plan? I think it sounds close to China. What that will mean for us in moving forward. And so for him, the question of changing leaders is a very big issue, especially when they are good leaders. He has come back again to the last point he has made. Transformation of Africa means industrialization. If we want to industrialize, if we want to transform, if we want to be where we ought to be, we want to wear the African face we are proud to see, we must transform Africa. And transformation means manufacturing. There must be the consciousness to go for manufacturing in a very strong way without apologizing for it. And importantly, to do that, we must do it the way others have done it. And we must not apologize. That means we should do so. This wholesale open up, this wholesale prescription of the orthodoxy, in other words, neoliberal capitalism, how you must progress. This wholesale adoption, we must rethink then. All said and done, if Africa truly wants to mobilize its people for real transformation, let us study other people, how other people did it in the past. We will see clearly that we ignore industrialization at our own peril. I thank you, comrades. Fairly long and challenging, but I will take the applause on his behalf, and I will tell him the bullets are coming. Comrade moderator.
Thank you, Joe. Indeed, it has been a very long speech, but really inspiring, and I think most of us who have really managed to read it will have time to look at it again. It has some very nice messages, and I think we'll have time to read it and then learn more lessons from it. May I now quickly look at, since we are short of time, I think I'll quickly invite our panelists. Let me start with Mr. Dr. Vadrim. He's authored several publications, including Youth Employment, Governance, Democracy in Africa, and the role of trade unions. He's also written many books on many journals on organizational causes of the crisis in the Middle East. I mean, there are many. Of course, my interest and the most important topic, which actually relates to today's topic, is youth employment, governance, and democracy in Africa. But then back to what we are supposed to discuss today is mobilizing Africans for Africa's transformation. Dr. Vadrim, what do you have to say about this topic? What's your take on this? Thank you. You have 5 minutes because we are short of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's quite gratifying to be amongst you once again. I'm no stranger to this august gathering. I've been with the trade unions almost everywhere they've been on the continent and elsewhere. This topic, Madam, as you asked, is very, very important. And I think my brother Bafo has done justice to the topic. You could see the anger in the paper, but with passion. You could see the zest, the readiness to want to mobilize us to understand his position. And it's all in the very belief that what we are doing in Africa is wrong. In actual fact, if you ask me, Madam, the question you put, I could have done it in a different way, but Bafo has given us three basic positions. The first is the basic system of governance that we have in Africa. That's the governance system, in which he criticizes and analyzes what we've been doing in terms of trying to impose on ourselves some ethnocentric approaches to democracy. Then he accentuates on transformation through development, where he debunks the known theories and prescriptions given to us. See the Asian tigers, see this, see that. He is able to show to us that the premise for such arguments are all wrong. Then he gives us the way forward. My only maybe deference to or differing from him is the very fact that I think in his anxiety to blow the lid out of the simmering pot, he forgot to actually veer us onto the basic tenets of the topic, that is mobilizing Africans. Because in the whole of the process, I didn't see how he is showing us how to mobilize Africans for us to emancipate ourselves from the doldrums that we see ourselves. But be it that it is precisely because we have not been able to present the African problematique the way it should be presented. I have always said that democracy and good governance are not the same, and I'm very happy that this morning the Honorable Minister alluded to that. They are complementary, but they are not the same. And therefore, what is prescribed for us from that ethnocentric posture is that if you have A, B, C, D, then you are a democratic country. I gave a paper some time ago about, and the topic was very simple, is Ghana a democratic country? And I used what others have written, Tony Kellick and others, Larry Diamond, talking about Ghana's democracy, which is very positive because if you have a turnover from one party to another, and the second time a turnover, if you have only two, then there's democracy. I shudder to think that that's how democracy should be measured. Then another was saying that, oh, if you have a constitution and you have a period of turning over, that is every 4 years or every 5 years, depending on what your constitution says, you go regular voting, and there is freedom of speech and vibrant, then you have a democracy. Again, I shudder to think that that is how we should measure our democracy. So for me, democracy and good governance are not poles apart, but very complementary. I ended up by saying that Ghana seems to have some semblance of democracy, but not good governance. And I'm not afraid to say it here. Not because I'm outside Ghana, but because the government will hear anyway, since that's how I speak anyway, even back home. The main point is this, that yes, they tell us have a constitution, have term limits, and then show that there are institutions of state, a vibrant press, etc., etc. Fine. What if you have all these and there is no good governance? Democracy itself then begins to hiccup. Development is stalled, and therefore in Africa we are stagnating, we are decaying. And the stagnation and decay comes because we are not complementing governance, democracy with good governance. We are not.
What we're doing is that what governments normally do in Africa is that, yes, for the master to tell me I've done well, we have a constitution, don't we? And then we belt all state institutions. Those who can even interpret the constitution are belted under the hypnosis of the governing body, that is the party in power. And then free press, but then 90% of the press houses are owned by the government, or government appointees and government officials. And then all those things that we say make for democracy are belted under the armpit of the government. But the West praises us that we are in a democracy. And then if there is a dissenting voice, they even help the government in power to suppress that dissenting voice. What happens is that what we should do in mobilizing for development, inclusive governance, things that we can do in order that we devolve power to the people, we do it from the center. So appointments and whatnots are done in such a way that democracy, yes, we see the basics, but good governance is thrown to the winds. And that is why at any point in time that we have this question of term limits, it becomes something that they are interested in. And it becomes something that we seem to be interested somehow. But then the incumbent governments know why within the period of 4 to 8 years, they do not, like Bafo is saying, they do not have to consider themselves about the building of roads and whatnot and whatnot. If they do those things, they are for voting them back into power. So when they come to power, within the 4 to 8 years, they amass as much wealth as possible. That is, democracy and good governance is thrown to the winds, but we can please the master. It is debilitating. At this juncture, let me tell you of an anecdote. Page 10, Bafo is talking about how African intellectuals yell at him when it comes to the question of sit-tight presidents. I'll be done soon, Madam Chair. The story is told by the kind grace of the chairperson. I'm told to continue. Democratically, if you oppose, say so. The story is told of African heads of state, or that is when we all die and we go to heaven. Jesus Christ would usher us onto the throne, and then you greet the Father, that's God, as you pass by. You introduce yourself. My name is Vladimir Nchidanso, then you pass. So some whites, the Swedish Prime Minister, the Americans, they were passing, and God was standing there as normal courtesy of diplomacy gives. So God was greeting them one by one as they passed by. Then he saw the blacks and the Africans lined up coming. So Jesus told him, well, it is the turn of the Africans now, my Lord. So God sat down. And when he sat down, Mugabe took the lead. My name is Mugabe, Jerry Rawlings, Kufuor. They all passed by. Then God stood up again when he saw the Latin Americans coming and the Canadian. So when everybody had passed, Jesus asked, my Lord, but was it not an embarrassment to the Africans that you sat down and didn't give them the honor? He said, you know those Africans, if anybody just passed this way and sat on the throne, he would never get up again. Well, that's an anecdote. It is not because the Africans love being sit tight. It is because the kind of system we have introduced make them that impotent that they don't build any systems. Which systems will outlive them? So that when you build the system and the system makes it possible for you to continue, you will continue. It is because we don't have a system. The African problematic has not been properly focused. That Bafo tells us the British have built a democratic system that enjoins the Prime Minister to go on and on and on for as long as he has been elected in his own constituency and he's the leader of the party. That's one. In Canada, it's the same thing. Now, you have the same situation where in America, it is even not universal adult suffrage as such. The collegiate system gives the presidency to the president. And they have a system where, as Amkuma is saying, clearly the president of America has very, very, very little to do. whereas in our case, so we need a kind of governance brewed in the African pot. A kind of governance that looks at democracy as a universal system, but brewed in the African pot. This is what we lack. As a result, development stagnates. Nothing goes on. And they praise us. Today, they say 17 African countries are doing so well. Not in democracy or whatever it is. They add that. But oh, the GDP is 9 point something. The GDP is so and so. Incidentally, this so-called GDP comes from areas which benefit them. The minerals, the oil. And Radalite is saying 17 African countries are doing so well. Yes, they are doing so well. But then if you add or extrapolate and you just find out the poverty element in those countries that are supposed to have been doing so well, you realize that we have done nothing. Back to square one. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what Bafo has given us is so important. The African problematic is such that we really need transformation. That African rising mantra is a mantra that we don't have to buy. There are so many things we can do in mobilizing ourselves. Let me give you some figures. I wanted this to be beamed, but I didn't know I had it here. Remittances to Africa in 2013 was 64 billion. Sovereign wealth funds, 157 billion. Mineral earnings, 168 billion. Government tax revenue, 520 billion. Market capitalization would give us 1.2 trillion. If you add all these, then we have more than 2.109 trillion US dollars if we are mobilizing these for ourselves. Add this to the very fact that not less than 50 to 60 billion dollars go out of this continent through illicit financial flows, outflows. ODA, Official Development Assistance, gives us only 51 billion. So why are we poor? Securitization of the future receivables and the diaspora bonds can give us 20 billion. Debt relief has given us 114 billion. If we have all these, coupled with the minerals that we have, supposing we have a good governance system, a system that enjoins us to be owners of our properties, where would Africa have been? But we are given recipes which make it impossible for us to be owners of all that I have mentioned over here. We are not the owners. Madam Chair, it will interest you to note also that a lot of the so-called globalization things that make globalization all that we have come from the African continent. Everybody's holding a mobile phone right here. Do you believe that 90% of that raw material that is made to get you what you have is from Africa? Coltan. And look at how it's mined in the Republic of Congo. So eventually, making you hewers of wood and drawers of water, like Bafo gave us in his expose. Hewers of wood and drawers of water. The Morgenthau principle. To make you always just produce those things that will make them. That is what is happening. That is exactly what is happening. In conclusion, I would say that Africa's potential is quite enormous, Chairman. The mobilization can come only through investment in those potential areas. Infrastructure, as the Honorable Minister mentioned and Bafo has also mentioned. Infrastructural development. 1. 2, mobilization can also come from good governance, devolution of power to the people. Decentralization is one of the key areas in which good governance, festers itself. It's not only that. When you have good governance and you have divulged power, you do not fear either to stay for a year or 2 or 3 because the state system outstays you. And nothing will change the system if the system is that organic. Also, one of the ways of mobilization is to make sure that the people for whom the bell tolls, the people for whom we are developing, are part of the making of the baking of the cake. We do not. What African governance means is that we measure our importance by the amount of free lunch we can give to the people in order to stay in power. So, a common toilet in a certain village, you see the head of state going all the way to the village to go and inaugurate a toilet. As a developmental this thing. It's outrageous. Mobilizing the people for them to know exactly what they're doing. And most of us, at times, when I'm in Rwanda, so I wouldn't want to have said this, but I'll say it. We Africa watchers are watching some countries. Rwanda is one, and Ethiopia is another. Anytime this is my 5th time of being here. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be back here, teaching at one of their very important institutions, the Armed Forces Command and Staff College. And anytime I come here, I feel I am in Africa. When I get out of here, I'm outside Africa. I've taught many people who are in very big positions in this country. And I interact with them. I buy books from here. I read about this country. I read about their governance system. And I know that the sky is the limit. The future of this country is brighter than any other country I've seen in Africa. Ethiopia is another country I've been watching carefully. So why can't we have systems that build, systems that make Africa grow? And we wait for somebody to tell us, know this, know that. My own country, we're told we're doing well. That Ghana is a beacon of democracy. And Nkrumah has shown us how several countries in Southeast Asia built their countries through protectionism, dictatorship, and a focused attention on what they want to do. The Mahathirs, the Lee Kuan Yews, and whatnot. Nobody told them what to do. They were supported rather and built up. We are not being supported. So whilst Ghana is being praised as a democratic beacon, Kagame is being vilified as a dictator. We all read it. Why? Because the guy is doing what somebody does not want. And we Africans, including scholars, we are baited into believing that this is true. Oh, Ghana is a democracy. Rwanda is not a democracy. So, Rwanda, learn from Ghana. Where Ghana today, the debt to export ratio, or GDP, you realize that we are hitting some percentages which are outrageous. But Kagame doesn't have that. Where in Ghana, our CD is hemorrhaging so badly. And yet, they say Ghana is a democracy, a better democracy. Let us watch these things. And let us be clear in our minds what kind of governance. I say that governance must be a democracy brewed in the African pot. And finally, Madam Chair, I think integration is one of the key areas for mobilization. Along our borders, the people are integrated already. If we have serious integrated units, the EAC, SADC, ECOWAS, and whatnot, if we integrate properly and allow the social forces that will make for democracy, come up, we'd have mobilized ourselves for better democracies on our continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Van Mil. I picked one message that governance brewed in the African pot. It's a very important message, and I will not delay on that, so we'll come back to it. And I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Debo. He's a professor for international economic relations. His research interest centers on the politics of economic relations, an area in which he's published extensively. He's an editor, contributor, and a member of editorial boards for numerous journals, and has published widely on politics and development in Africa. He has a PhD in politics, I guess, which he got from the University of Leeds. I hope I read this from the internet. I guess If the information is outdated, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, Professor, I would like just, Doctor, I would like to hint on what you said some time back. I think you're addressing some people in Africa. You said it is pertinent to take into consideration the fact that Africa will not fully reap the benefits of growth until competition is pressed aside and people unite. Competition put aside. And then back to the topic, we are supposed to discuss mobilizing Africans for Africa's transformation. How? How are we going to do it? What theories are we going to put in place? Doctor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And let me also express my profound appreciation to the organizers of this important meeting, which marking perhaps one of the most significant interventions from the African trade union movement in matters of public interest on our continent in a long time. I hope will mark also a watershed moment in our attempt to rethink the precepts and direction of democracy and development on our continent. And I say this for good reason, because one cannot really tell the story of Africa today without also telling the story of the trade union on our continent. The important role which trade unions played, particularly once they entered into the fray in the period after 1945 in the struggle for independence, is very well known. In almost every country, it was at the point where the trade unions became part of the independence movement, in some cases even the drivers of the independence project, with campaigns of boycotts and strikes, resistance of various kinds, that independence became a viable and serious proposition that could no longer be resisted. The role which the trade unions have played in post-independence nation building as one of the few institutions which cut across ethno-regional divides to unite people not on the basis of any primordial identities, but on the basis of more secular identities grounded in a shared vision and ideal for transformation of our countries. The struggles for post-independence development. It's very easy for a lot of people to talk about what requires to be done for development to happen. But I know that in those countries I'm familiar with, the trade unions have been at the heart of some of the struggles for the industrialization of our continent. A theme of industrialization which our keynote paper dwelt on repeatedly, and indeed in the conclusion actually said that we will not go far in Africa with any project of transformation if we do not take industrialization seriously as the starting point for transformation. A view with which I agree with completely and which I think we can never overemphasize. There's of course plenty to talk about transformation, and actually is a concept which for the last 5 years when it has come into currency, I've felt a bit increasingly frustrated about it. When I listen to Christine Lagarde on CNN talking about transformation, IMF, in the same way as our leaders are talking about transformation, in the same way in which Vladimir and academics talk about transformation, do we mean the same thing? Are we talking about exactly the same thing? And I hope your intervention as trade unionists will help us to step back and ask ourselves also, what do we mean by transformation? What exactly is the transformation we are talking about? Because if we do not have clarity about it, we are not going to be able to build the kinds of alliances which are necessary in order for us to be able to drive such a project. You cannot talk about transformation built on industrialization and hope that those who are interested in promoting a financial face of capitalism, of what some have called a financialization of the global economy, in which rather than a production function driving the use of money, it is money that is driving everything else, in which it is possible for me to take, which is what part of what is going on in Ghana, has happened on our continent before, in which Vladimir will borrow money from me and sign a piece of paper, and I will sell that piece of paper to Comrade Odigi for a small profit, and he in turn will sell it to his Secretary General, and that paper will develop a life of its own, making money for people, but not improving production. That's the whole story of financialization. So what transformation are we talking about? The keynote paper, Bafo's speech, and it's a pity he's not here, but I think, Akato, you did a great job trying to present it with the kind of passion which I'm sure he would have brought to bear on it. I found it useful to the point, at least, where it forces one to step back and ask a fundamental question. What is it that makes possible the transformation of nations? Assuming we solve the definitional question, the next issue is to ask ourselves, what is it that makes the transformation of nations possible? And there is history everywhere where such experiences of transformation in one form or the other have taken place, which we can draw from. It seems to me that related to that question, which I also pick out from the sense of anger and defiance which permeated the keynote speaker's paper, is to ask ourselves, at what point in the history of nations and peoples do we get to the stage where we say enough? And beyond enough, we ask or say never again. But our guest of honor this morning, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, speaking of the specific Rwandese context, after cycles of genocide, said after 1994, the people of this country said, enough. This cycle cannot go on. You can extrapolate that to every other experience of transformation. And I want to suggest to this gathering that the key explanatory variable for the transformations which peoples have gone through around the world invariably centers around the question of enough is enough, or never again shall it happen to us in this way. It speaks to your history, it speaks to memory, and what we make of it. Where a people have been humiliated, the way the Japanese felt themselves humiliated, and to say, enough. Where the Chinese, you cannot understand the Chinese psychology today and what propels Chinese policy if you don't go back at least at a minimum to the Boxer Rebellion and the Opium Wars, where the British were going to beat China into submission to compel China to import opium, cocaine, in the name of free trade. So peoples and civilizations get to a point where they draw a line and say, beyond this, we are not going to be pushed anymore. And that is where they begin to then redesign their story and try to master their narratives. And I think we haven't reached that point in too many countries on our continent. A few countries have managed. And everything that Ankoma describes in his paper speaks to symptoms of us not getting to that point. We are the only continent in the world in which everybody who is anybody thinks they can take liberties with us. We are the only country in the world where people think that they know better than us where the shoe pinches, although we are wearing the shoes. We are the only people in the world where people are convinced they can shave our heads behind our back. And our response to it is to be accommodating. The same accommodation that started the slave trade. The same accommodation that led to colonialism. And the same accommodation that brought neocolonialism. Where are we going to say enough? And when we say enough, What do we put in place in order to say, never again shall our people and our countries traverse these experiences? The rest of it, in my view, is detail. And part of that detail includes understanding that the key starting point in a project of transformation, I'm very sorry to say, is not a technocratic question. It is a political question. It is a political question which, in answering it subsequently, we might have technocratic tools to deploy. Well, again, we've been convinced that, oh, the United States is where it is today because, you know, they had all these technocratic solutions. Rubbish. Rubbish, as Ankoma said to us in his paper. It was a political question linked to the history of the founding of the United States as we know it today, of the waves of people who left Europe to flee absolutist monarchies in order to build a new basis for the accumulation of wealth. But that is the story. That's why America is not a monarchy. It was anti-monarchist movements that informed the framing even of the Constitution and subsequently the movement to the term limitation which he discusses in his paper and to which Vladimir made reference. The American anathema to anything monarchical, even if they have produced now dynastic families that are more or less behaving like monarchies, but to have a monarch sitting in the White House is completely, and even the anti-tax movement and get government out of our lives, the right to hold a gun, we cannot understand those things if we don't understand that history. So there is no people who make a transformation who begin by thinking that what confronts them is simply a matter of technical details. Rather, it is a question of politics. It begins with the political, and it must be resolved on the basis of a clear understanding of the political possibilities that flow out of the history that defines the context of every people. And so again, we find ourselves in the name of technocracy as being the only continent in the world where all the countries, 54 countries, all at the same time do the same things the same time. On Monday, they tell you that the solution to your problem is food security. So we all do food security. On Tuesday, they change their mind and say, no, it's actually structural adjustment. Say, okay, so we do structural adjustment. Ministers start running all over the world, structural adjustment. On Wednesday, they say, yeah, actually, we realize that governance is important. So we all set up ministries of good governance. On Thursday, the solution changes, and it becomes what? HIPIC. HIPIC initiative. Completion point. What you must do in order to benefit. This is the solution. We do the same thing. Where has it led us? The world comes round. We are the only people in the world for whom policy is determined externally. We don't determine policy internally. They are determined for us externally. And our duty is to show that we are good at implementing, and we are ranked and praised according to our capacity to dance to that external music. And it's little wonder that amidst all of the talk of Africa rising, not once I noticed that Nkrumah makes reference to that nonsensical notion. He did not mention it once, Africa rising. Because of course, Africa has not been rising in most cases for Africans. It has been rising for other people. If you are the owner of Glencore and you can sit in Switzerland on one of the biggest mining conglomerates in the world with assets of over $50, $60 billion on the basis of what is going on in DRC, where most of your mining fields are located, of course Africa will be rising. It doesn't matter what happens to DRC. For in truth and in reality, the Africa rising narrative has been essentially an externally driven narrative that does not speak to the realities of the peoples of the continent. And we lap it up because we are looking for good news about our continent. Not good news that comes out of genuine transformations taking place on the ground, but news which is manufactured for us because the mood of somebody in Washington changed. And it's a matter of mood, right? On Monday, they are Afro-pessimists. On Tuesday, they become Afro-enthusiasts. They say, Africa is rising. And we go around repeating it. But if you do not know your history, if you do not understand global geopolitics, and in this age you want to transform your country, it seems to me that we're just simply going to be doing what Ankoma said. Blind people looking for people to lead them with a white stick to a destination that actually amounts to being recolonized, essentially, in a lot of cases. And it does take courageous leadership to make it clear that in the history of humanity, and let us read history, there has never been one single path to democracy or development. The path which was taken by the UK as described by Ankoma is not exactly the same path as was taken by the US. It's not the same path that France has taken. There are varieties of democracy. Many roads lead to the market in democracy and in development. Why should Africa be condemned to a tyranny of only one road? It's only on this continent. I said we do the same thing at the same time. Somebody sits down, they tell you about a new blueprint. You'll be told it's 2 kids who left Harvard 2 years ago, recruited by the World Bank, sitting in the office of the Vice President for Africa, from the project they wrote for their undergraduate at Harvard, who wrote your blueprint for you. And we do the same thing. And at the end of the day, it doesn't work. You are blamed. You take the responsibility, and we come back to fix you. So my fellow colleagues, scholars, find it easy to say, we've done a lot for Africa. And now it's time to apply tough love to this continent. I say we need to get to a point where we must say that as much as we value friendship and solidarity, there's a point at which also you must respect my bedroom. You cannot take the liberty to enter my bedroom anytime and anyhow you like. I'm sorry. It's just a very simple, fundamental fact of life. And until we win back also our right to determine policy based on a political understanding of transformation and based on our appreciation of our history, we are not going to go far. Nobody has transformed their society without being the best student of sociology and history about their society. But too many of us want to be people who are transforming on the basis of technocratic blueprints that look good on computer. They look good on computer. The dots and all the things that are flying and, you know, part of why I don't do PowerPoint. They're flying all over the place. They look good on computer, but you don't know the society. You don't know the society. So you could as well be sitting in Siberia and pretending to be transforming Africa rather than sitting in an African capital. And these are the kinds of things which we have to combat on an ongoing basis. How many of those who run the finances of our continent can claim to know the full sociology of our countries? Who is a worker today in Africa? How do we define a worker today in Africa? Who is a peasant in Africa? What is the nature of rural-urban interlinkages we are talking about? What are the flows that occur? And we take responsibility for it also as scholars, because we don't do research on these things anymore. Why? The same syndrome. The agenda is set for us outside. They tell us research good governance. That's the new research topic. We all abandoned whether we study sociology, history, geography, anthropology, French, German, whatever, we abandon it and start researching good governance. Not the basics. And so we produce knowledge and epistemes that have no bearing to the reality on the ground. And so we can then sit and see uprisings taking place, and we are shocked as everybody else as to where those uprisings are coming from. We have a right to be angry. We have a reason to be angry. But Ankoma also tells us that it begins with also decolonizing our mentalities. The idea that anything coming from outside is better than anything from inside Africa is something we must overcome. It's gone on for too long. Mimicry, copycat mentality, as if we have no thinking faculties. On occasions when I speak to students, I say, well, we all sit in the same class with all of these people whom we are copying. Write an essay for me about democracy in Africa. I look at your bibliography, and you are quoting 100% people whose names you can't even pronounce properly. But they are supposed to be good because they are Americans and Europeans. How about the democracy discussion going on in Rwanda? Can you relate to that a bit? Are people not talking about democracy issues in Rwanda? Can you please relate to it and reflect it in your literature? It becomes a problem. And so, same division of labor which our policymakers are confronted with. For a continent that wants to transform, our countries produce raw materials for the world market. Our scholars gather data for analysts. Isn't it the same logic? Scholars gather data. They tell you, you look at a person like Siaka, with all of his training and experience, you tell him, can you gather data for us about governance trends in Rwanda? And somebody will sit at a laboratory in Harvard and write theories of African governance, which we will then come back and quote with relish to show that we are connected to Harvard. It's a colonial mentality, a very colonial mentality. And very few people are able to defeat it because there are costs. So my other message, which probably didn't come out properly in Ankoma's notes, is that let us not deceive ourselves. Transformation might sound good and sweet in the ears, but if we do not have collective courage to drive a project of transformation, we will be trammeled and beaten into shape and back into line. Don't try it if you are not ready to go the full hog. The analogy is very simple. If you write and publish in journals in Africa as a scholar, I come from a scholarly background, and my colleagues know. If I publish in a journal which is edited by Siaka, they will tell me that it's not accredited. I persist in doing it. I say, okay, no, I'll go to Vladimir's journal and publish there. They say, Mr. Olukoshi, it looks like you are not qualified for tenure. You cannot get tenure here. I wrote quite a lot when I was still based in Nigeria. I went to Sweden and spent 6 years. I got more quoted when I was writing from Sweden than when I was writing from Africa. My message didn't change, but I got more quoted. It does take courage. There are risks involved. It requires people of commitment and determination. It requires people who are prepared to go the full hog. As trade unionists, many of you know what it takes to face a formidable enemy and hold your ground, looking eyeball to eyeball. And for those presidents who are fortunate to survive it on our continent, we see some of the results. The story of our continent has also been littered with sad memories of leaders who have attempted transformation and were cut short. The case of Nkrumah was cited in the paper. The case of Thomas Sankara was not mentioned. And we've had leaders of that kind who have tried. But what is missing is also, in my view, perhaps lessons which are being learned today, is the necessity of ensuring that leaders don't strike and walk alone. Because no project of transformation in human history, even if symbolized by one individual, has always been anchored on a community of interests. What in the literature of academics we call a broad elite consensus, or a broad social contract between state and society, in which case it would not matter if you took out a reforming and transforming leader, because there will be 10 others within that social contract who are waiting to come up. It will not matter. You will be frustrated, killing them one after the other or assassinating them, because there is a broad consensus, a solid, united social contract between state and society that breeds the leadership that will drive that vision. And Ankoma only begins to mention it towards the end when he says, we need to build those institutions. And in my view, the issue of tenure has to be located within that context, because we can have endless arguments about tenure. And in reality, actually, even in countries where there is no tenure limitation, constitutionally, there is a social limitation, a political limitation, because you submit yourself to the electorate anyway, and the electorate will determine whether you stay on or you move on. And he did hint to it. So in practice, all of us are subject to some kind of tenure evaluation and monitoring that will determine whether we stay on or continue. As Vice Chancellor, as Director General of Governance Board, as whatever it is our position is and station in life, there is a control mechanism. But it works best where there is also a clear understanding of the social contract and what it demands of all of the key actors in society. And again, this is where I see the difference occurring across African countries, because I am reluctant to lump everybody who is saying that let us have a conversation around this into the same basket. There are those who might deserve to stay on. There are those who don't deserve to stay even a day longer where they are sitting, because they have made such a mess that giving them any further day in office would actually be to further condemn their countries to more difficulty. And a lot of them are actually also in the pockets of the West. They are actually well ranked. When you look at the rankings of performance, they are usually very well ranked. Okay? Or people who are basically handled by multinational companies. ELF, I will name names. ELF, Total, determining state policy and determining succession. Perhaps not surprising that some of the best performing countries on the continent today, not on the basis of standard conventional criteria, but just simply looking at the sources of their growth and their development, are also countries that don't have natural resources. Yeah? Shall I name names? Ethiopia, which Vladimir mentioned, Rwanda. And at the end, we are told that, well, your problem is resource costs. We are going to impose transparency on you, extractive industry transparency initiative. You fancy Tony Blair being the champion of extractive industry transparency initiative. And then check what the revenue he made out of Sierra Leone last year was. And you begin to see a lesson in deep-seated immorality and hypocrisy. And these are the things which we need to address and confront in a very direct way. I hope that our conversation, which is starting today with the experience of the trade union movement, will help us to pose these questions and to begin to answer them. Do we as Africans feel we have reached a point where we must now begin to say enough? If we want to be polite, we say to those who give us friendship and solidarity, and they have done it for 500, 600 years with consequences, to say, thank you, but do you mind? Let us just get on with it. There are conversations we need to have with ourselves. Serious conversations internally in every country. Some countries have started that conversation. Some of them have found ways of dealing with thorny questions and ought to be encouraged. For others, we are still in the business of copying and mimicking what we don't even understand. And it is not surprising that we get unstuck. We must ask ourselves, are we going to do a transformation of the whole of 54 countries moving together? a very uncomfortable question for a Pan-Africanist to ask. But must we all move together at the same pace and the same speed? Or has the time come also for us to begin to think of a multi-track transformative agenda in which, depending on the extent to which we have answered the question of enough and never, we can begin to regroup countries on this continent in order to be able to help those who are lagging behind to begin to confront their own situation in a more direct and frontal manner. And I don't think that the thinking which we need to undertake to achieve this rethinking of Pan-Africanism is so complicated as to either undermine our shared values and interests or our shared history and experiences. But the truth of the matter is that what is the key development and democracy question in Rwanda today is not the same question in Somalia. It's not the same question in Egypt. And we have to be courageous to say we come from the same history. We come from the same background. We share a set of values and aspirations. But in terms of the details of the agenda for action that must be undertaken, we may not necessarily need to answer the same question or give the same answer. And that way we'll begin to bring back a certain pluralism into our transformation agenda, a pluralism that is central to democracy and a pluralism that is central to development, in which Africa, getting into the market of development and democracy from many different routes, might finally have an original contribution to make to the global discourses about transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Adebayo, for your very good remarks, and I think people still wanted you to be on the floor, but because of time, we could not allow it. So may I also invite Professor Shaka to say something about mobilizing Africans for African transformation. If you know, if you have read about Professor Shaka, you just link him with Rwanda scorecards. So just read more about Professor Shaka by referring to Rwanda scorecard. Thank you. Professor Shaka, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. Comrades, it's a great pleasure to speak after Vladimir and Olukoshi, because they made my life very easy. I hope yours too. But as they have made our life easy, I think they have also challenged us. They have made our brains not, make sure that our brains are not in peace until we get some answers to the questions, the issues they have raised. So mine here, I want to take you through a conversation around three issues. Three questions. One, why governance and democracy? Why should we spend such much time, have that background paper, these brilliant people, yourselves, on governance and democracy? We might have many answers, but you will agree with me that governance and democracy, they tend to be the source. It's a source of both the problems and the solutions, if you look around the continent. If you have fixed your governance and your democratic system, you are done. Things will work. But if a country X gets a mess in the democratic processes on the governance system, then you can say, bonjour les problèmes. So, second, I want to also come in and look at why time is now. Why time is now when it comes to discuss those issues, and why I think Olukoshi did look at it in a more pertinent and very, very clear terms. Why we do need to move from the discourse plans, what he tagged as technocratic aspects and move to political decisions and political engagements. I would add, because I see also bishops here around, this is a missionary issue. This is really, for us, for Africans, we are facing probably the biggest missionary challenge of our history, because we are at U-turn. We can make it if we want, but also we can miss it if we keep silent. Most welcome, Kagoro. Brian is coming. He's going to be entertaining us. I think it's tomorrow. So there is no way I can't recognize Kagoro when he's entering. So, 3, what is the Bafur's paper telling us? I think, and I will start on that. This paper, the background paper, very good background, well elaborated, for me, is an eye-opener critique. The writer has thoroughly criticized Africans. We Africans, I won't go into too many things, but I will go into, into 2 things. One, he's been criticizing us for accepting the status quo, or at least most of us in leadership, in different positions, leadership not necessarily political, but there is a tendency of accepting the status quo. And Professor Olukoshi has touched it in very illustrative terms, using the Monday to Friday agendas and how we keep changing, as if the next week also will do the same. Monday this, we do that. Tuesday this, we do that. The very same way. So that we have accepted the status quo of poverty, that actually we can't make it unless someone else is coming and giving us aid. We can't make it. We can't care about our children. We can't end malnutrition. We can't have our citizens under health insurance coverage. We can't have our GDP growing with two-digit GDP growth. We can't make our political system sustainable. We can't make our infrastructure acceptable. So there is that tendency of the status quo, of poverty, dependence, and we can't have a say unless some big fish over there are giving us permission, even when it comes to African affairs. So I think that status quo is something and I'm happy that it's coming also from the trade unionists, is something that we have to reject. We have also to question our status quo with the minimum solidarity as Africans. If we don't act in a collective manner, then we can't get far. We can't strike individually. We need to work collectively. Minimum solidarity. And I would say, by and large, self-esteem as Africans. Self-esteem, I mean, we, the Africans, do we have esteem among ourselves? Or do we look outside extra African perspectives to solve our problems? So if you are from Southern Africa or even beyond, and you know a South African comedian called Trevor Noah, he has been watching his jokes, and one man once was standing on a mine, and then he was crying. He was saying like, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, what am I going to do? And an African fellow came and he said, just touch on the red, and then you are safe. And the good African looked at him and he said, "No, I'm going to die," because he couldn't believe that that African is actually telling him the truth. And then a second one comes, said the same, but then I think a third or fourth white man came and said, just on the red. And the man did, until he had the confirmation or the answer from the white man. He couldn't believe that that is really the savior, the real point to touch on. Now, the second challenge from Bafu is that actually he's telling us that we are good at copying and pasting, and not necessarily at interrogating our systems, our contexts, and thinking around and innovating, conceiving structures, systems that are really generating difference. That is really very serious. If we can copy and we paste somewhere where is not appropriate, then I even think that sometimes we don't copy properly, and that's why I want to come. And I'm happy to, at this juncture, to also recognize when I start conversation on democracy and governance, that recognize that we have here in the room leaders of our political parties, at least some of them, and we look forward to have you, our colleagues and leaders of political parties, in the next session when we will be really discussing and debating on these issues, as you have heard some of our good experts are terming as this is not a technocratic issue, but political issues. Now, my reflection on democracy first. The overall observation on the continent is that the post-colonial form of democracy and governance have failed our continent. But at the very same time, we don't seem to be collectively ready to accept it, leave it behind, and innovate something that is functional. Yet we see it doesn't work. You can go back in the 50s and look at our political party systems and across the continent identify where we have had violent conflicts. And you will see it has started with the political partisan systems, it has started with electoral systems, it has started with the way our political establishments, our democratic model, the way we have internalized it, has been all along mismatching with what the context was requiring, whether you talk about Rwanda 59, Rwanda 64, Rwanda 73, Rwanda 1993, Rwanda 94, you go to DRC across the years, you go to Burundi, you go beyond, you go to West Africa, you go to wherever you will find conflict and violent conflict. The main reason is their political system has not been a response to address them. Because you agree with me, the purpose of politics and political parties and democracy is the management of the society. And the management of society for the collective good. If you don't achieve that, you need to interrogate your system. So by and large, our political party systems or our democratic model have failed. And one of probably for me, the main reason of that failure is that the post-colonial or colonial mode of democracy was basically confrontational. And all along, we have attempted many things, but in most of African countries, you don't see people turning the back to confrontational politics, looking around. And few countries, Rwanda included, have adopted basically to make a U-turn from confrontational politics. We entered into the consensual model of democracy. Because politics, democracy, public good shouldn't be the things that are dividing society. But we should find mechanisms, making them context-based, and make sure that actually in democracy, political actors are united, are partners. Otherwise, political actors in confrontational systems, they tend to be enemies. And when you put that in Africa with our diversity, then you create conducive environment for catastrophe to happen. And that is our main challenge. How do we, across the continent, move from confrontational politics to more consensual politics and democracy, so that we can advance together, so that from political landscape we can generate returns in development, we can have more peace and stability, we can have elections that are not necessarily made to have us killing each other, but that are made to have our society regulating us as politicians and leaders and saying, this time around it's you, please take me to the next step, the next level, but not you, this time you kill that one. No. So that failure must be addressed. We must address the issue of political inclusiveness. Our women, our youth, they deserve more than thus being our wives and our children. I think in terms of political participation, our political systems must address this. Second, governance. Our governance systems, when we talk about governance, in my view, in most of the cases, we miss out one very important component of it, which Dr. Olukoshi has brilliantly touched on. When we talk about governance, in most of the cases we understand the internal regulation of our internal processes and mechanisms to regulate our society. But I think our governance system, or our governance systems on the continent, must come out very clearly on how to regulate our relations with our partners and our farmer masters. How do we regulate our relations with the West, now with the East, and among ourselves? That's part of governance. And I think we need to go beyond the aspect of elections, of internal matters, but also make sure that the system we want, for the Africa we want, must address our relationship, our interactions, our partnerships with our very good development partners. That's where dignity in its expansion, in its meaning, will start to come from. That's where self-esteem and self-determination will start giving us results. That when the control over our thinking, our systems, will bring results. And that's also will add a very needed foundation to our other internal mechanisms that also are very much needed, because the failure in governance is not about us with them, but also it's us within and us in between us. How African countries, if you look around, I'm sure most of African countries will have more embassies outside the borders, outside Africa, than in Africa. And you will have, it is not astonishing that basically also our trade relations will be strengthened with parts of the world very far away than with our close neighbors. And that's why you will find that because our intra-Africa relations are not properly defined, and actually the challenges within are not properly addressed, that's why the most part of our development is very seriously handicapped. And you will see, but there is a hope. There is a hope because you will see in the region and beyond coming up of very innovative initiative like the Northern Corridor, Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda. And you see really the potential for very transformative, very rapid results in a very short time. Here we go. I can name infrastructure, the biggest burden for our development. But in 1 year time, achieving defense pact, having the defense pact among the 3 countries, you can imagine if you expand that initiative at least to the main 8 regional groups, REX, so that we can have the defense pact, so that our continent is not as easily penetrable as Olukoshi was talking about bed, but I think it's about, you know, if you look around the whole world, the Africa is the continent that if you are from outside of the continent, is the continent you can penetrate easily. Militarily, 30 soldiers, well trained, from France, from elsewhere, without asking anybody, you penetrate. You can penetrate at least half of our nations. This is a very serious security challenges. We can't achieve Africa 2063 with that level of permeability of external forces. It's impossible. So look at our water. International law guarantees a lot of kilometers in our ocean waters. How many Africans are controlling over 5 or 10 kilometers of that water? And some tigers, they are just coming and fishing. You know that they are getting more money in that fishing than their own internal GDPs, or than our own internal GDPs actually. And that's a resource that is belonging to us, but because we are militarily weak and we are not cooperating, they will penetrate and take it whatever they want. Another example in terms of governance, talk about corruption. And I'm so happy to see that trade unionists have been at the forefront actually of calling for stopping this kind of Africa's resources evasion. Did you know that the money that Africa is losing in corruption is more than the money that Africa is getting from aid and from donations from outside? In other words, could we stop corruption, especially major corruption, with immediate effects? And all the donors stops their aid with immediate effect, we will be better off. But actually, we will cry more about what we'll be losing in that aid, which is by far much less than what corruption is taking away from us, instead of focusing on what we can do for making a difference and making that transformation happening. So for me, governance is about internal affairs, but is also about external relations, and how this can be brought together is imperative that we think about the intra-Africa relations, regional relations, without which we can't really do much in terms of changing the path. Lastly, how do we mobilize? How do we voice? How do we move on with practical, concrete actions? I think in terms of plans, the Agenda 23, if you look at it, even other policy documents on our continents, they are done with near perfection. But I don't want to anticipate too much in terms of what happens when we monitor or we evaluate what we have adopted. Where are results? So if you see in our regional groupings. And Olukoji, what he was saying is very pertinent. Why do we have to do the very same thing? Why can't we be complementary? But do we really implement, or can we really implement to the maximum possible what we plan for? Because the plans are there. The agenda are very clear. At national level, perfect. And if you refer to these international ranking institutions, Dejeane was referring to me as governance scorecard. So if you refer those indexes, so that I don't miss that point too, you will find that at least half of African nations, even the most objective rankings, they will come at the least, among the very least, in terms of whether it is control of corruption, whether it is government effectiveness. But why? We can make a change. There are countries, but if you look at countries that have made tremendous change and transformation in the last 20 years, you will find a few African countries, and Rwanda included, because of the unconventional approach to address the real problems that can't be addressed if we do business as usual. So can we, overall, if I give you the picture, you will fall. If you look at Africa as a whole, from the World Bank Worldwide Governance Indicators, out of 100 activities we decide to undertake, at the end of the year, we do 25% as a continent. If you go to regional groupings, SADC is doing much better. They are at around 40%. But if you go to the ECAS, on some countries, they are out of 100, you just do 10. Where do you put the other 90%? So when you look at a few countries, including Rwanda, South Africa, Botswana, Mauritius, those are among the very few where at least a half of those we have planned are achieved. So with that status quo of performance in terms of delivery, the transformation is not for tomorrow. Unless we fix, and we do that collectively, we address the issue of poor delivery. We Africans, and unless it becomes not a technocratic matter, but a missionary and a political issue, we can't really make that transformation happening. So with those few remarks, dear comrades, I once again want to thank you and challenge you to challenge Bafuru, who gave us a very good background paper, and to challenge ourselves, to challenge our leaders, to challenge our youth for the necessity of the transformation, far from the discourses, but from the action-based point of view. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaka. I've been advised to stop here, and then we come back for the afternoon session. Then we'll make a recap of what has been discussed. And then we'll challenge Bafo's speech, Professor Chaka's remarks, and Dr. Valdemil and Dr. Adebo. Sorry, Adebo. I'm sorry. So if you allow, let's break up for lunch, and thank you very much, panelists. We have been blessed to have such a wonderful and credible panel of these high-profile people. Thank you very much. Let's meet this afternoon for some discussions, and then we'll hear from the audience. We'll get comments and maybe some more contribution from the audience. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Viva Africa!
So having laid down the ground rules, I will just allow the chair to set the tone, but to tell the chair that Chief Moderator, I already have some persons who have indicated to speak. So I will hand them over to you. You will call them in that order. A bit of it. Yes. And then if you still wish to, I will come round to take from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Emil Rwamasirabo. I'm not a trade unionist. I'm a medical doctor, actually a clinician. I'm here as an African, as a Pan-African. What I'm going to comment about and the questions that I'm going to ask are questions from perspective of an African who would like to understand and would like to know which way we are going. So without wasting time, let me just highlight a few things that attracted my interest. First of all, the paper that was read for us this morning. They are very important statements that probably the audience would like to come back to. You know, this issue of Morgenthau versus Marshall Plan, I hope you all understand the weight of this statement. Do you believe there is a Morgenthau plan for Africa? There are other important statements by the presenters. We heard from Dr. Danso that actually the problem of development, infrastructure development in Africa is not about money. Money is there. So the question is, how come? Why can't we develop? Why can't we transform? What's the problem? Dr. Lukoshi raised very important questions too. He said, transformation is not technocratic, it's not technical. It's about the mental transformation. It's political. It's about mental transformation. It's a mental transformation of who? I guess he did not look at political leaders only. He was very broad. Looked at all of us, including the academicians. He touched on researchers as well. I'll come back to this later. He also said something very, very important that really this conference should focus on, should look at. Don't strike a walk alone. Otherwise you'll be broken. He briefly introduced this notion of broad elite consensus. What does it mean? Probably he can elaborate more on this, because this is something that needs more attention. Professor Shaka also just insisted on some of the issues that were raised, issues of political consensus, inclusiveness. I'm sorry, I'm just making a few points. Je ne perds pas beaucoup de temps. J'essaie de faire en sorte que le débat soit focalisé. But at the end of most of these presentations, there are things that really came about very clearly. The issue of transformation of Africa We can no longer blame all the time colonization. There's a lot to do with us. Mental transformation by ourselves and fight this helplessness mentality. They all insisted on customization of governance and democratic system in Africa. What constitution is it for? The issues of consensus and inclusion. So I would ask the presenter. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think so. Yes. No, no, well, so without wasting more time, I think we start with questions. I've got a number of papers here. We start with 4 on one side and 4 on the other side. Let's start with Peters Adeyemi. Peters Adeyemi, please line up there. Diagne from Senegal. Diagne. CNP.
Sorry, moderator, sorry. We just noticed a bit of a challenge. It will be a bit of a challenge if people are queuing up and they want to listen. Because you can't carry, it's not working. The translation is not working, they are saying. It's on now? Is it okay now? It's not working. Translation is not working.
Translation. Monsieur Diagne, du Sénégal. OK, ça fait 2.
Sorry, Chair.
Monsieur C. Abdou Aziz, du Sénégal. That's 3. Mr. Tombola, Gustave. That's 4. We're going to move to that side then. Can we start with these ones? Then,
we can start with this one.
Yes.
This one.
Mr. Peters, please ask your question.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 3 quick questions. The first one has to do with factors that I think can clearly...
Excuse me. Can you kindly identify the person that the question is directed to?
No, I'm trying to direct these questions to the paper presented itself. And I'm sure all the 3 discussants can adequately handle them. 4 major factors which I want us to, the discussants to help us resolve that can inhibit or hinder the mobilization of Africans for this African transformation. The CEO of RGB actually mentioned one of them. That's the problem of insecurity that is prevalent in our continent right now. The second one is the issue of unemployment, poverty, and corruption. These are major problems that I'm sure can inhibit or hinder whatever we want to do in terms of mobilization for reformation. The second one is my own thinking that our lead presenter, therefore, was a bit too hard on our colonial masters in terms of time limits. And I want the discussant to please throw more light on this. Because we have in Africa a situation where we have presidents who have served 2 tenures and have to exit, but powers goes to them. And it is expected that where the same political party has the opportunity of staying in power for 16, 20, 25, 26 years, it can then not be said that such political party or individuals have been denied, because I think that who produce presidents should be able to ensure that if they have the opportunity of producing after 2 tenures, those positive things that the former one is doing will be continued. We have cited positive examples of Rwanda and Ethiopia, but I think that we have also failed to mention the negative ones. Why are we also running away from mentioning those presidents that have not done well, that have destroyed their countries? The last one is the problem of mentality. We talk about colonization and decolonization. But I also think that there's a big problem even with our leaders. Today we have a situation where elections want to hold in some countries within our continent. We expect that the Secretary of State from America will come to that country and give orders. And when the elections are concluded, the first place the elected president goes to is America. Because until he goes to America and receives tutorial and directives, he has not seen himself as elected. How do we deal with this issue of the mentality of our people who think that without going there, they can't successfully run governments in Africa?
Thank you. Maybe we'll take a few. Let's take a few, the 4 questions, then continue.
Merci. Alors, je serai très court. Je voudrais juste remercier les intervenants de la qualité de leur intervention.
Excusez une petite minute. Il paraît que la translation ne marche pas. Translation is not working. Is it working?
Ok. Je disais que je remercie les différents intervenants de la qualité de leur papier. Et disons que dans le diagnostic, nous partageons généralement en tant qu'Africains l'échec de l'Afrique. Et nous savons tous que le fait de défricher et de détecter un échec ne dit pas forcément les voies de la réussite. Alors que l'échec africain est connu depuis très longtemps. Ce diagnostic, globalement, depuis 1960, on en parle. Et nous savons également la centralité de la culture dans tout projet de développement. Donc la variable culturelle qui, à mon avis, je n'ai pas bien entendu l'importance de la culture dans le développement de l'Afrique. Et quand on sait qu'il n'y a pas une culture africaine, il y a des cultures africaines. Dans un même pays même, il y a plusieurs cultures. Comment faire pour avoir un socle de valeurs pour que les gens se reconnaissent d'abord en tant que projet commun? Ça, c'est un problème africain. Ce n'est pas un problème à négliger parce que souvent, les perturbations que nous avons dans nos pays, la plupart du temps, sont liées à notre verticalité. Parce qu'on raisonne verticalement, donc des groupes successivement, des groupes successifs plutôt, qui ne font pas une nation. C'est des groupes qui se ressemblent, mais ce n'est pas une nation. Comment régler la verticalité africaine? Je pense que c'est une question importante. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. I hope panel members are able to pick the question. Yes. Mr. C. Abdul Aziz.
Bonjour camarades.
Bonjour camarades.
J'ai deux préoccupations. La première, c'est un constat sur l'exposé de M. Bafour. Et le deuxième constat, c'est simplement une modeste contribution par rapport aux stratégies de mobilisation du mouvement syndical. Le constat, c'est un document volumineux important, beaucoup d'informations, mais qui se trouve appesanti sur les questions d'élection et de mandat, qui ne sont pas fondamentalement des questions de principe en ce qui concerne la démocratie. Alors, en ce qui concerne ce thème mobilisation des Africains par rapport pour la transformation de l'Afrique, ça interpelle toutes les forces de l'Afrique. Chacun a sa porte d'entrée. Nous sommes des organisations de travailleurs. Notre porte d'entrée, ce que nous pensons, ça dépend de notre champ d'action, le monde du travail et nos organisations de travailleurs. C'est ce domaine qui est notre portée. C'est à partir de ce moment que nous allons réagir, à ce niveau que nous allons réagir pour effectivement donner des résultats. Et pour cela, je rappelle simplement une définition du syndicat qui a été dit par un ancien syndicaliste, un calibre du monde syndicaliste africain, l'ancien président de l'ORESTA, Ali Sow, qui disait « Le syndicat est une école de démocratie, de lutte et de labeur des intéressés ». Pourquoi école de démocratie? Parce qu'on apprend toujours la démocratie, ce n'est pas une œuvre parfaite, on l'approfondit et il y a des démocraties avancées et des démocraties en retard. C'est pourquoi on ne peut pas avoir un modèle type de démocratie qu'on doit imposer à l'Afrique. L'autre élément, si nous sommes des démocrates, dans nos organisations de travailleurs, nous portons en bandoulière des valeurs de la démocratie, qui sont l'inclusion. La démarche participative et inclusive est un facteur de mobilisation des ressources dans l'organisation. L'autre élément, l'éthique. Quand nous sommes des leaders dans nos organisations, nous devons mettre en exergue l'éthique dans nos démarches. Si je dois désigner quelqu'un, je le désigne par rapport à ses compétences et le mettre à la place où il faut. Et à partir de ce moment, il est mobilisé, il est encouragé, il est dans l'organisation. L'autre élément, c'est la transparence dans la gestion des ressources humaines et la transparence dans la gestion financière. Quand il y a la transparence dans la cotisation des travailleurs, quand il y a la transparence dans les subventions qu'on donne aux organisations, les gens sont mobilisés. Et quand nous sommes mobilisés à l'interne, nous allons continuer la lutte et nous allons donner l'exemple aux autres entités de l'Afrique. Et l'Afrique va se développer. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Si. Next, Monsieur Tombora.
Thank you, Professor, for the floor. From the speech of Mr. Ankoma, he defined what we mean by transform, to transform. He says that to transform is to make a marked change in form, in nature, and in appearance, saying that transformation, to me, it is a journey. How do we mobilize Africans for Africa's transformation? From the paper, or from this speech, as the predecessor has said, Ankoma dwelled on term limit or unlimited term. I'm going to talk about this. That's my contribution. The term limit or unlimited term office, we as Africans should not be a concern. We should not be concerned by the time, but we should be concerned by what is the vision of the leader and how is that vision implemented for the benefit of Africans, not for the benefit of abroad or these West people. But at the same time, if we are to mobilize ourselves as Africans to this vision and implementation for the benefit of Africans, at the same time we have also to mobilize ourselves against these leaders who do not accept to leave their seats for the sake of the benefit of West people. Let me ask a simple question. We are gathered here, but having different positions in our countries. If it comes to change your position, you are no longer a CEO, or you are no longer the chair of that union, trade union, what comes after? Is it a conflict? Is it a source of conflict for that change? Or is it a peaceful change? That should be, meaning that transformation should start from everybody here. It is an individual, from the individual understanding in terms of mindset, then it goes to the political. The political will be supported by an individual transformation. Otherwise, politics won't achieve if individuals are not transformed. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. This was a comment. We have finished with the 4 on this side. Now, Jean-Pierre Kimbuya. Jean-Pierre Kimbuya. Is it here? Cheikh Diop, Senegal. Lukusu Dieudonné, this side. And Musoni Prote. Please take 2 minutes.
OK. Merci pour la parole. J'ai une question à l'intention du prof Olokushi et puis une petite contribution. Et le prof Olokushi a parlé de l'implication des chercheurs quant aux problèmes qui concernent l'Afrique, la démocratie, le développement et d'autres thématiques. Alors, nous nous rendons compte qu'il y a beaucoup de recherches des Africains sont plus descriptives. Malheureusement, ce sont leurs maîtres qui théorisent les résultats de la recherche et deviennent des spécialistes des questions de l'Afrique pour lesquelles nous devons nous approprier. Comment amener les chercheurs africains à théoriser les résultats des recherches par rapport à la démocratie, à la gouvernance, mais aussi à d'autres thématiques pour résoudre les problèmes de l'Afrique. 2. Et pour ça, il concerne une contribution. Et il y a des dictateurs en Afrique qui vont se faire soigner en Occident et ne construisent pas des hôpitaux au pays en Afrique, qui vont scolariser leurs enfants en dehors et il n'y a pas de bonnes écoles universités au pays. Je pense qu'en termes d'action, après la conférence, il faut qu'on passe à la phase pragmatique, c'est-à-dire impliquer tous ceux qui ont une influence sur des groupes sociaux. Je prends au niveau de la société civile en tant que sénégaliste, au travers des formations, essayer, n'est-ce pas, d'effacer les stéréotypes en matière de solutions, parce que les solutions qui viennent de l'Occident sont les meilleures pour nous, Africains. Et même l'école, repenser le rôle de l'école dans la transmission des valeurs. Parce que ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui, nous allons commencer quelque part, mais ce sont les jeunes qui doivent prendre les relais. Comment amener les jeunes, n'est-ce pas, à développer des nouvelles conceptions, des solutions par rapport aux problèmes de l'Afrique? Parce qu'il y a des stéréotypes, il y a des préjugés qui, au niveau des jeunes, dans les disciplines scolaires, font que ce sont les solutions occidentales qui sont les meilleures. Voilà ma contribution.
Merci beaucoup pour les questions aussi fondamentales. Monsieur Cheikh Diop.
Merci, Président.
Ça va.
Je peux?
Oui, continuez.
Merci, Président, modérateur. Je voudrais remercier les intervenants de ce matin. Véritablement, leurs interventions ont parfaitement suppléé l'absence du brillant auteur du texte. Merci au docteur Adebayor de nous avoir rappelé l'histoire de la première génération de syndicalistes africains qui se sont battus, qui se sont engagés dans le combat de libération des peuples africains et de leur émancipation. Sont de cela Ahmed Sékou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Yamégo et j'en passe. Le texte de ce matin pose, à mon niveau, un dilemme dont l'Afrique fait face entre la délimitation et la limitation des mandats. Autant les arguments développés dans le texte sont très pertinents, autant la délimitation des mandats pose la question des dérives. Au Sénégal, nous en avons connu, pour le cas du Sénégal que je connais le mieux, la délimitation des mandats a failli poser le problème de la dérive de ce que nous avions appelé la dévolution monarchique du pouvoir. Donc, en face de ce dilemme, de limiter ou de délimiter, en face de ce dilemme, du dérive de la délimitation, j'ai trois questions. La première, la démocratie au sens intégral du terme, n'est-elle une aspiration des peuples plus qu'une affaire de juridiction et de texte? Deuxième question, la délimitation des mandats n'est-elle pas une restriction de la démocratie et de sa libre exercice par les peuples? Troisième et dernière question, quel sens devons-nous donner à la mobilisation pour dire non, ça suffit, et pour exiger de nos élus l'élaboration et la mise en œuvre de politiques publiques axées à la lutte contre les inégalités et pour le progrès social? Je vous remercie.
So we are taking the last one before the presenters, answers the questions. Mr. Lokusu Dieudonné.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le test qui a servi de base au débat ce matin est celui de Monsieur Bafou. Je regrette qu'il ne soit pas présent et qu'on peut être amené à lui poser des questions essentielles, mais malgré son absence, les panélistes ont comblé quelque peu cette absence et nous ont situé quelque peu. Et c'est sur cela que je vais revenir rapidement. Je crois que la spécificité rwandaise est connue. Vous êtes parti, enfin, le pays est parti du génocide de 1994. Ça, je compatis aux douleurs des Rwandais. Et aujourd'hui, c'est la première fois que je viens ici. J'ai été vraiment impressionné par le travail qui a été fait. Mais nous devons cesser de voir tous les maux dont souffre l'Afrique venir de l'Europe. Parce que quelle est la responsabilité des dirigeants politiques que nous avons élus? Parce qu'il y a quand même un responsable. Ça fait 50 ans que les gens sont partis et tous nos maux, on cherche à indexer les gens de l'autre côté. Alors, je crois que le problème de limitation ou de non-limitation, en principe, ça ne doit pas se poser en démocratie. Parce que nous sommes partis des constitutions. Et il y a des gens qui ont violé les constitutions. Je prends le dernier cas, c'est le cas du Burkina, où on a tiré sur des gens. Est-ce que nous allons continuer par accepter ça? Je prends le cas du Congo. Il y a 2 jours, il y a quelques semaines, on a tiré sur des gens. Est-ce que pour un homme qui ne veut pas assumer ses responsabilités, qui veut tricher avec sa conscience, on doit toujours dire qu'il faut laisser les gens continuer? Ça, c'est vraiment, j'interpelle les panélistes pour que, face à leur conscience, ils nous disent la vérité par rapport au comportement des responsables politiques de l'Afrique. Je vous remercie.
We are going to hear from our panelists. Many of the interventions were rather comments. So I hope people will not mind if they group the questions into, sorry? Sorry. Yes, Honorable Musoni Prote. Sorry.
Thank you, Moderator. I am Musoni Prote, Chairman of Panafrican Movement, Rwanda. Mine is a two-point dialogue with you all. The first is, what do we need to mobilize the Africans for. That one's known, transformation. One speaker didn't tell us exactly what transformation is, and I will give a simple one. It is to change and change forever, and change for good, for the good. So if you can manage to change for the good and not go back to the bad, you have transformed. At the same time, we must recognize that transformation is perpetual. It cannot end. Now, what do we need when you talk about democracy and governance? The first question I asked myself, we all know the cost of lack of democracy and governance. It is lack of peace, insecurity, poverty, and all that. But what is the cost of getting democracy and governance? It is very little. It's only a choice. You can choose to be pro-people, to say whatever we are doing, it must be inclusive. It is ours. That whatever happens to us, we have the responsibility. So to me, you don't need aid to have a good governance and democracy in our nations. And so the next, on mobilization, I will first say what do we need to mobilize the people to. We need to mobilize our people to believe in themselves, self-belief. Pan-Africanists, the cornerstone of Pan-Africanism is that the African is a human being as the next human being. We have the same capacities, the same ideas, that we should be treated as people, but we need to treat ourselves as people first. And therefore, self-belief that we are capable is very important. The second is that we are responsible. Whatever happens to us collectively is our responsibility. And we need to go into a stance of dialogue to understand whatever we are going to do, the end consequences is on our shoulders, and we can be able to do that one. Then the third question is, how do we do it? I'm glad you have trade unions in this room. And I'm glad you have Pan-Africans in this room. The first point is, can we make our Pan-African movements in our nations strong enough, broad enough, citizen-centered enough, so that our citizens can discuss these issues as we are discussing them in this room. Once we can do that, so that we get a big number of Africans dialoguing on these issues, recognizing that we have a past history, a common shared past history, and a common shared destiny together, then I'm sure a number of problems we meet are going to be listened. Now, the last point is, can the trade unions take it up to themselves to get all trade unions members as Pan-Africans? Then you can have less problems when we get unions versus governments versus civil society. We should work in union to get better for the Africans.
Thank you. For those that want to hear more from Honorable Musoni, he has a paper tomorrow morning about citizen participation, and he will talk more about what he's just said. Those were comments, I guess. Thank you. Let me start with who is taking the issues raised by Peters Adiemi. We're going to spend the night here. Maybe you start. Yeah.
I think the interventions have been extremely fruitful and straight to the point. I want to lump a lot of the interventions together. I think the concerns have been on Balfour's paper, how it was presented, the question of mobilization, the question of transformation by whom and for whom, the nitty-gritties of African governance. Well, let me start by saying that Balfour took the paper from a journalistic angle. So you could see that the canvas upon which he was coming or weaving the answers to the topic was from a journalistic point of view. And lament is, I would call it lamentations if you want. Lamenting where we're coming from and what has happened and how we have not been able to, in ourselves and by ourselves, to carve our own path. And comparing where we are now with where we ought to be and where we are being told to go, he paints a picture where he's telling us that things are wrong. And that is why in my presentation, I said, can we have a kind of development that's brewed in the African port, a kind of democracy or governance system that is built based on our socio-historical, cultural realities. I think I said that clearly. And it answers the comrade who questioned the question of culture. You know, my point is that if you impose a superstructure on a base which is not ready for receiving the superstructure, everything collapses. And that is what we are having in Africa. We are being told to go, and Professor Lukushi Adebayo made it clear. Today, they look at you where they have taken you from, your historical past, up to a certain point. They say, from now on, you got to go here. All of you, the 54 countries. Today, it is this, because after independence, we were all told to build economic, what do you call it, economic and finance and economic ministries, because we need to go the planned economy. So every country in Africa has Minister of Finance and Economic Planning, and they send us development economies to build our economies for us. After the overthrow of the Nkrumahs and whatnot, they are the ones who told us that government has no business in development. So government should stay back. The problems we are having is because we did that. They said that. Then when things went by, they say structural adjustment. You got to adjust to become part of the global system, etc., etc. And Olukoshi made it clear that this is what has been with us. So if Balfour is talking about transformation, or we are talking about mobilizing for transformation, at what point shall we say enough is enough? All of us in one accord said we need trade transformational leaders. And we mentioned Ethiopia and basically Rwanda. When you have a trade transformational leader who says enough is enough, this is where we're going. Call us by any names. My people, let's go with me. And you could see people are mobilized in Rwanda following a certain specific trajectory, which is forever. Somebody mentioned how transformation can be forever. This is what we all are asking. Can we have these trade transformational leaders who say that, look, the ethnocentric approaches that have been brought to us, how are they working? And they are being balkanized the more by pointing fingers at Rwanda is not doing well because it is not democratic. Ghana is doing well. So we are pitched against each other, and Ghana tries to put up a trajectory which yields nothing. Rwanda is yielding something, but Rwanda is not good in the eyes of so-called democracy. This is the question we are putting to ourselves. Can we get trade transformational leaders who say enough is enough and move us on that path? That brings us back to Balfour's term limits. So in this, looking at how we transform ourselves, how does term limit play? And I think one of the interventionists talked about the contradiction between the so-called four-year term and the perpetuation of one party, for example, for 3, 4, 5, 10 times. So what have we achieved then? So the question is, at this point in time, are we happy with where Africa is going through the lenses of a socio-economic formation whose universalization stand in marked offensive contrast with our realities? This is the question. I think all of us need to put our heads together. Thank you so much.
if I prefer to identify myself as a European or an American. What is the bargain in being a Rwandese? What is the bargain in being a resident of Kigali? What is the minimum package of expectations? And what are my reciprocal duties and responsibilities in that context? And it is on this basis we begin to build blocks around which an elite consensus can be forged. Now, Balfour in his paper tends to take the view that we may have a better chance of building policy consensus if we discard the notion of term limits. I'm not completely convinced about it. And I'm not dogmatic about term limits either. I think it is an empirical question. It is not a theoretical question. It is a context-specific question. But one thing I'm very convinced about is that whether, and I think Comrade Peter Adeyemi's question really broaches upon this, and we can name specific examples, whether you are able to achieve policy continuity is a product primarily of the kind of consensus you build around policy. Well, if you do not even own policy to start with, which is the problem with most of our countries, we don't own policy, right? We get new fads that come into town, new preferences that donors have. We want to do social protection, we all start doing social protection. We want to do macroeconomic adjustment, neoliberal type, we all follow the same script and all of it. Now, where you don't own the policy, how do you even begin to build a broad-based consensus around it? That's why the implementation of many of those policies has been attended by a lot of high-handedness. The flip side of structural adjustment in most of our countries has been authoritarianism. Suppressing trade unions, suppressing student movements, imposing austerity without necessary conversations about what the ends of austerity would be. And these are the kinds of issues which I believe we should begin to put on the table. Individuals can make change, but ultimately it's the collectivity that builds a transformative possibility out of that change. And the colleague who talked about us, starting with us individually, changing mentalities. I think that mentality, we've seen mentality change in some countries on this continent in the space of a decade. Within a generation, we've seen mentalities change. We've seen countries on this continent where people had the confidence beaten out of them by a combination of external authoritarianism and internal dictatorship. And then the bargain changes, the social bargain changes, the social context and contract is tweaked, and you begin to see much more confident people. I don't want to embarrass people, so let me not name specific cases, right? But I sit in contexts where I see people who come from certain countries and sometimes amongst the smallest on the continent, but the confidence they exude, the clarity with which they articulate positions is not dependent on an individual. And it tells me that something is happening. Something seems to be changing in that context as to make it possible. So term limits may be useful for country A. I don't take the view that it is a universally applicable tool, because even in democratic theory, there is nothing that says that even if you have term limitations, you are going to get democracy, which is the way we have tried to practice it on the continent. But it is true, again, as Comrade Adeyemi said, that unfortunately, majority of those on the continent who have tried to resist term limitation have also not done anything positive with much of that effort. And we therefore seem to be caught between the rock and the hard place. I'm not going to be too fixated on that. I remain agnostic about it. It's a context-specific question. Citizens must have the opportunity, whether there is a defined term limit or not, to be able to say, we assess the performance of government on a periodic basis. And on the basis of that assessment, we decide whether a government stays or we remove that government. And that, in my sense, would be the essence of democracy. Now, for us scholars, African scholars, I suppose the deterioration we have seen in Africa over the last 3 decades has also not spared the African Academy. We've gone through profound crisis in higher education on the continent. I mean, different dimensions of illustration of the difficulties and decline we have faced is the fact that the same Africa that produced Sheikh Anta Diop, and we did produce alternative narratives, that produced the Dakar School of History, or the Dakar School of Architecture, or the Ibadan School of History, the Dar es Salaam School of Development. You go there today, people don't even remember that such schools existed. Collective memory has been lost. The teaching of history is out of the window in most places in favor of science and technology, but often without investments in laboratories. And discourses of a transformative nature are absent in most of our universities because, like much of our democracy, the university research system is also donorized. Who determines what we research? Who funds what we research? It's often externally determined. Often externally determined. The World Bank is creating centers of excellence across the continent. Whose excellence? Who is defining the criteria for that excellence? But we are all scrambling. We are all scrambling to line up to be qualified according to World Bank criteria to be a center of excellence. We develop discourses in economics which are monolingual discourses, monolingual. And we create schools funded again by those who want us to sing particular songs. So there's a lot of work to be done with the African Academy. I'll be the first to admit it. We need to rediscover our capacity.
Olukoji,
yes.
Can you, what should be done? What can Africans do? Pan-Africans, what can we do?
As Pan-Africans, I believe that the starting point is to go back to our curriculum, to revisit the curriculum. And this is where the work has, the damage was done anyway. The curriculum is the starting point. If you do not define the curriculum to suit and answer your context, and instead you are pursuing so-called universal curricula defined for other people's context, it takes us back to the classic colonial situation. As an undergraduate chair, in a remote corner of Nigeria, I learned about Southern Africa even before I ever imagined I would visit Southern Africa. I learned about the Great Lakes, but this was because of the efforts of the Dar es Salaam School, the Zaria School, Legon historians like Edu Boahen, of the works of people like Sheikh Anta Diop, who changed the curriculum, revolutionized what we got at independence. 20 years after, we returned. We threw all of that out and went back to a colonial curriculum in the name of universalism. And we injure ourselves that way. Now, it is within our power. You don't need any donor to change curriculum. It is within our power. But unless we get that mentality out of our minds, that unless there's an external donor driving something, it doesn't work, I have a problem. African Union 5 years, 6 years ago was discussing the possibility of a Pan-African curriculum to enable the mobility of students. The European Union adopted the Bologna process. Right? As Vice Chancellor, you are familiar with it. The Bologna process was developed for Europe. We have many colleagues from Francophone African countries here, trade unionists. Almost all of Francophone Africa adopted the Bologna process and produced the so-called LMD. Consequence, it is easier for a student from Dakar to go to study in France, even transferring credits, than it is for a student from Dakar to go to study in Banjul or to go to study in South Africa because of problems of equivalence. So we shoot ourselves in the foot at different levels. It is within our power. The Pan-African movement and the Pan-African consciousness, which we want to build, can easily define elements of this kind as issues of mobilization and campaigning, to say that at specific summits of the AU, let's stop all this talk, and be more focused. Do we want a Pan-African curriculum? What should be the content of the curriculum? to what end do we want to pursue this curriculum, and set a framework for countries to adopt it. This is doable, and we don't need any donors for that.
Danso, can you clarify on the question that was asked by Jean-Pierre Kambuya? Why do African researchers do not theorize on the African models that are well known? Well, is it just a question of funding?
Well, I thought my brother Olukoshi has done justice to the same question. I'm a researcher. I got to survive. I'm being honest. I've written something for the World Bank before in which I didn't believe a thing. I didn't believe what I was writing. But I had to use the theories, known universal theories. I had to set my problem statement properly so that it's an acceptable problem statement. And with your hypothesis, which can be tested, you test it and it is tested, you are a scholar, and you become a scholar of the World Bank too. So unless we go back and review everything and work towards a Pan-African kind of thinking, it will be very difficult. Because the point is that we are all being belted under the hypnosis of the worst. In such a way that, I mean, the order today is globalization. Everybody must obey the tenets of globalization and be part of the world at large, the global economy. So if you're a political economist, the best you can do is to challenge some of the theories that are available, which some of us do anyway. But you've got to be able to point the flaws and be able to put something new in its place. Today, if we haven't changed the curricula for the way Africans think, like Olukoshi has said, it's true. Even from Gambia, if you want to transfer credits to Ghana, it's a difficulty because maybe our National Accreditation Board will talk about equivalences. Even from English country to an English country, can you imagine? So therein lies the problem. And again, we have been forced to build a governance system and therefore an economic system in which the logic is that as a researcher, you got to go with it. Most of us are researching into our Pan-Africanist kind of situation. But then where does it go? And so, yes, there are researchers, like some of us, who always talk against what is there. But if the reception hasn't changed, whatever you put in that reception will take the shape of the reception. The receptacle, sorry. The receptacle, the shape of a thing is, the shape of water in a receptacle is just the shape of the receptacle. And that is what is happening. We all need to have that kind of mindset that says that, look, the basic systems that you can build has much to do with the basics that are known everywhere. Let me use this to come back to the democracy question we're talking about. Olukoshi talks about the contractualist approach to democracy, which is universal. Democracy is nothing but a contractual kind of arrangement between the ruled and the ruling. If that is the case, then what contract basis I have in my country or in Africa doesn't have to conform in totality with what they have, say, in Britain. That's the basis, but which we are not doing. And that is what we have to be doing now. Yes, thank you.
I'm going to take another round of questions, and this time I'll look at my extreme left. Oh, you want to comment now? Okay. I was going to give you the next.
Je voudrais très brièvement parler de la question de la culture qu'a soulevé, je crois que c'est C'est Diane, hein? Diagne. Alors, la question que vous soulevez est très pertinente, d'autant plus que la culture est un capital. Et c'est un capital acquis. Et malheureusement, on ne semble pas mettre en usage ce capital dont nous disposons en des quantités vraiment assez abondantes. Et si je me permets de me référer à quelques cas concrets, prenons par exemple un déficit dont nous disposons, qui est la solidarité sur le plan continental, qui est pourtant une valeur absolument africaine. La solidarité, l'équité, le partage. Mais quand vous regardez sur l'échiquier politique, l'échiquier de gouvernance dans nos sociétés, l'absence de ces trois valeurs fait que nous connaissons des problèmes. Il y a le pouvoir qui est là. Quand on ne le partage pas, c'est un problème. Nos voisins ont des problèmes. Puisque nous ne manifestons pas suffisamment de solidarité, les problèmes risquent de s'étendre. L'équité, c'est la même chose. Et pourtant, s'il y a des sociétés dans le monde qui sont reconnues pour être des sociétés de charité, de solidarité, c'est bel et bien des sociétés africaines. Qu'est-ce qui nous empêche alors de pénétrer nos pratiques, de faire un regard introspectif pour justement exploiter nos valeurs, exploiter ces qualités dont nous avons dans la vie, mais qu'on ne sait pas traduire en pratique pour que nous puissions résoudre d'autres problèmes que nous avons. C'est surtout en Afrique où même un inconnu, s'il rentre dans votre maison, vous êtes à table, vous lui dites « venez manger avec nous ». Alors si on fait du pouvoir un équivalent de nourriture ou bien de repas, qu'est-ce qui fait que même ton cousin, ton frère, ta femme, ta cousine, ta tante, qu'est-ce qui fait qu'on soit incapable de dire « mais venons, on partage ce gâteau de politique ». Je pense que c'est parce qu'on ne regarde pas vraiment le fin fond de nos valeurs qu'on est plutôt tenté à copier et coller les systèmes politiques et les raisonnements d'ailleurs, ce que mes collègues Vladimir et Olukochian avaient qualifié de déficit mental ou d'esprit de mentalité coloniale, qui font que, même sous le plan de la gouvernance et du développement, nous ne savons pas mettre en valeur, malheureusement, le grand capital dont nous disposons. Et quand on regarde, du moins dans le cas du Rwanda, on sent que le grand progrès dont on parle, que ce soit sur le plan politique, que ce soit sur le plan économique, que ce soit sur le plan social, les innovations que nous avons mises en valeur et qui ont créé une transformation absolument notoire, ce sont justement des innovations qui s'inspirent de nos références culturelles. Et je suis sûr qu'il n'y a pas qu'au Rwanda qu'il y a ces références culturelles-là qui sont d'une valeur importante. Et je crois qu'il est temps, enough is enough, comme le disait l'autre, il est temps qu'on cesse de regarder seulement, de chercher des solutions très loin de nous, alors qu'ils sont à notre intérieur. Si vous le permettez, modérateur, there is another point I wanted to talk about that was raised by Diop and Dieudonné, je crois. Issues pertaining to mandates, term limits, and the place of the citizen. For me, it's very simple. When we talk about democracy, we are talking about the people. And the issue is which people? If we talk about democracy in Senegal, democracy in Burkina Faso, democracy in Rwanda, we are talking about the people, the power of the people, by the people, and for the people of Senegal, of Burkina Faso, and of Rwanda. And because those people might end up being different, or they are different, it is very normal for me that even their political systems are going to be different. So if they are the people who are defining, if the people are the one defining their political systems, so if the two people, Americans and Rwandans, are different, So there is nothing wrong to have our political systems that are different. There is nothing wrong to have our governance systems different. If we agree with the reference that we as people, yes, you have many things in common, but you have differences that are going to be part of our definitions. So where am I going to come to? If in a country X, the people stand up and say, the people of that country X, and say we don't want a third term, we don't want term limits. That's right, that's democracy. It has to be as the people are saying, because they are the center of political system. And that, if the people say so, and the leaders in power, they differ the people, then we as Africans, we can stand up and say, please follow your people. We will be defending democracy. Now, but if in a country Y, the people say, we want the leader X because of the delivery and the satisfaction we have, the aspirations we have, the hope we have in the vision, we want to continue with you. They are the people saying it. And you hear a leader in the Western, very far in the middle of Europe, saying, no, you can't stood. We can't accept that. For me, I consider that as a political rape. Political rape in the real sense, because that leader of Europe, of America, is raping basically the political sovereignty of that people. He's not only raping the leaders of that nation, but is also raping the sovereignty of the entire population. We as Africans, as Pan-Africanists, we should, in the name of democracy, stood up and say, stop raping us. The same as we say, don't rape our women. We should stand up and say, don't rape our nations. Because if the people are the one defining the democratic system, the democratic path they want to follow. So, Pan-Africanists, this is a call. How can we tolerate and let political rapes going on around here and there on the continent and we keep quiet? Why do we tolerate it? Why do we accept it? It requires us to stand up and say it, just as part of our common solidarity. Otherwise, if you let them rape me, tomorrow is your turn.
Yes. So let me take another round of questions. Suna Musa from Niger. Suna Musa du Niger. Suna Musa. Yes, Mr. Suna Musa. Après, ce sera Nana Awawu. Nana Awawu. Nana Awawu.
Merci, monsieur le camarade président.
Ok. Vous pouvez rester assise. Vous pouvez rester assise. Quand elle va terminer, vous prendrez la parole. Je vous en prie.
Merci. Bon, en fait, moi je voudrais soulever quelques préoccupations. Je commencerai par celles qui concernent les syndicats et en Afrique. Je me rends compte que depuis un certain temps en Afrique, nous avons des pratiques syndicales que je considère un peu comme des mauvaises pratiques, et notamment par rapport à la gestion de nos revendications. Les grèves dans beaucoup de pays africains ont atteint un niveau où beaucoup de secteurs sont paralysés. Par exemple, la question scolaire. Il y a des années blanches, le niveau des élèves est en train de baisser terriblement. Et c'est lié à deux choses. Bon, le comportement des dirigeants, effectivement, politiques, couplé du comportement des dirigeants syndicaux qui estiment qu'il faut se battre, même si mort doit s'en suivre, il faut que cela aboutisse. Alors, quel conseil on peut donner aux responsables syndicaux de la gestion des revendications de tous les jours? Le second aspect, c'est la question
des religions et la question ethnique. Aujourd'hui, dans beaucoup de pays africains, nous sommes confrontés non plus à des rébellions ethniques qu'on connaît un peu partout, mais à un problème vraiment de religion. Et des revendications, on ne voit pas l'objet. Quand je prends l'exemple de Boko Haram qu'on a en Afrique occidentale, et depuis quelques années, on tue au nom de l'islam. Tous les islamistes, tous ceux qui sont experts en la matière ont essayé de se poser des questions. Au fond, qu'est-ce que ces messieurs-là veulent? Finalement, d'aucuns se disent, est-ce que ce n'est pas encore une autre pratique vraiment néocoloniale pour empêcher, si vous voulez, aux dirigeants africains d'être stables en vue d'empêcher leur développement? Ce qu'on constate au Nigeria, et puis aujourd'hui au Niger, au Tchad, au Cameroun, on n'est préoccupé que par ça, tous les jours de mort. Et cette question-là, je demande un peu aux experts de nous l'apprécier un peu pour que nous, on puisse voir si on peut comprendre ce phénomène. Merci.
Nana Awaou. Oh, madame, je vous en prie.
Solidarité syndicale.
Toujours.
Vive la femme. Il a fallu que 9 hommes passent avant que la première femme ne prenne la parole. Merci.
Très
Merci.
désolé.
Le respect du genre. Et nous allons bâtir l'Afrique comme ça. Marchons ensemble. Bonsoir, camarades. Merci de me donner la parole. Je suis très émue par les 3 communications, mais il n'y a pas d'œuvre parfaite. Quand on parle de démocratie, dire que l'Afrique jusqu'au 6e siècle n'est pas un continent démocratique, revoyons nos écrits. C'est le cas de souligner les œuvres de Feu Amadou Ambateba, l'Afrique a son arbre à palabre, où se prennent les grandes décisions. Et je dis, ça c'est une contribution. Et on sait quel est le rôle joué par les femmes. Aujourd'hui, le monde est tellement vaste, rempli de femmes. Je me pose la question, est-ce qu'on peut bâtir un monde sans femmes ou sans jeunes? Regardons dans cette salle, on nous parle de toujours parité, respect de quotas. Combien de femmes sommes-nous ici parmi les hommes? De cette manière, allons-nous préparer la relève? Nous sommes arrivés à un stade où certaines prennent la porte de sortie, d'autres emboîtent le pas, mais comment les accompagner? C'est un autre problème qui se pose à nous. Quelque part, on a parlé de la gouvernance, de la démocratie. Et je dis, en Afrique, nous avons tellement de richesses. Nous avons des potentialités intellectuelles, humaines dans tous les domaines. Mais si nous ne mettons pas l'accent sur l'éducation et l'agriculture, nous allons patauger. Ventre creux n'a point d'oreille. Mettons notre force sur l'agriculture, l'éducation, afin de développer notre continent. Et pour ma part, le Niger a vécu des périodes de transition très riches et denses. À l'avenir, si ces thèmes doivent être développés et que l'heureux élu ou désigné est occupé, passer la main aux autres pour voir si ils ont des choses à dire. C'est de cette manière que nous allons préparer la relève. Colonisation, recolonisation de l'Afrique. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que l'éducation partout, comme le prédécesseur vient de le dire, va mal. Les 5 secteurs vitaux ne sont pas pris en compte de façon efficiente et efficace dans nos politiques. Et nos gouvernants, nos dirigeants partent en Europe pour tendre la main. Une main tendue qui reçoit toujours est inférieure à celle qui donne. Ça aussi, ça doit nous pousser à une culture de changement de comportement afin que l'Afrique puisse être au rendez-vous ou semblant. Mais je crois que l'Afrique marche à petits pas, mais sûrement, nous sommes rassurés qu'un jour, l'Afrique aussi aura son sourire aux lèvres. Ma question, n'est-il pas le moment idéal, propice, pour réunir aujourd'hui nos forces afin de sauvegarder ce que l'Afrique a de cher en elle? Merci.
Merci, Madame. Okay, let's have a compromise. We're going to take all the questions because apparently there are many questions here and many people that want to talk. Then we go for 10 minutes tea break and then we come back for answers. Okay? Now, let's hear from Monsieur Bassou du Tchad. Monsieur Bassou du Tchad. Monsieur Bassou. Il n'est pas là. Oh.
Merci. Ma préoccupation a déjà été prise en compte par le camarade Lokosu sur la présentation de ce matin de M. Bafour. Donc, je ne reviendrai plus sur cette question. Néanmoins, je voudrais faire une contribution. Et tout d'abord, je voudrais féliciter les éminents conférenciers, les panélistes, pour leur sagacité intellectuelle. Presque tous, c'est des chercheurs. Et ils ont fait véritablement preuve de sagacité intellectuelle. Il y a lieu de les féliciter. En deux, je voudrais revenir sur le cas rwandais. Je suis tchadien. Je viens d'un pays qui a connu plus de 30 ans de guerre fratricide. Le Rwanda également est venu de très loin. C'est la première fois que j'arrive à Kigali et au vu, c'est-à-dire à l'étape où se trouve en ce moment Kigali, le Rwanda, par rapport à son développement, je trouve tout simplement que c'est impressionnant. C'est un pays qui est venu de très loin et c'est à mettre à l'actif des femmes et des hommes de ces pays et surtout des dirigeants. Quelque part, un grand penseur africain a dit ceci. Je cite Rachid Bougera. La vérité, on ne crache pas dessus. On la transforme. Le cas rwandais doit faire école. Voilà tout ce que j'ai à dire. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, M. Bassou. Yali Haruna, du Niger. Yali Haruna, du Niger. Je vous en prie. Kaitare Ibrahim. Kaitare Ibrahim, du Rwanda. Vous pouvez approcher le micro là-bas. Haïtien Bonaventure, du Bénin. Papa Badé Ngom, du Sénégal. Allez-y, monsieur.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Je veux parler sur deux aspects. Le premier, c'est concernant la limitation des mandats dont on n'a fait cas ici. À ce niveau, une petite réflexion. C'est pour dire que le problème de limitation ou de non-limitation de mandat ne doit pas se poser, mais plutôt un problème de nos mentalités. Nous devons changer de mentalité et changer de comportement. Et à ce niveau, je pense que si cela est fait, le problème de limitation ou de non-limitation de mandat ne se posera pas. Qu'est-ce que nous constatons aujourd'hui? De part et d'autre, certains exagèrent dans la défense de la limitation ou de la non-limitation. Aujourd'hui, il y en a qui s'accrochent parce qu'ils trouvent leur compte. Aujourd'hui, il y en a qui ne s'accrochent pas parce qu'ils pensent que le bateau va bientôt chavirer, donc il faut se sauver. Et quand nous allons changer de comportement, les choses vont aller comme sur des roulettes. Et c'est à ce niveau que je vais poser une question aux panélistes. Est-il possible, après le changement de mentalité et de comportement, s'accorder sur un seul type de mandat, la limitation ou la non-limitation? Le deuxième aspect, c'est vraiment sur la fuite, c'est sur la corruption. On nous a donné un certain chiffre ou un certain comportement par rapport à la corruption. Et je pense que ça, à ce niveau, c'est la faute à nous tous. Nous ne devrons pas faire appel à des personnes extérieures pour résoudre ce problème, mais plutôt à nous-mêmes. Nous constatons et nous voyons généralement cette corruption, elle est développée par nous-mêmes, pas par l'extérieur. Et nous avons constaté qu'aujourd'hui, une fois qu'on vous nomme à un poste où vous pouvez avoir de la corruption, les gens défilent chez vous pour vous féliciter. Alors que si c'est un poste où il n'y a rien à gagner, personne ne vient vous féliciter de cette nomination. Alors, si nous voulons que cela s'arrête, ceux dont nous allons nommer parce qu'ils vont trouver leur compte, c'est de leur dire faites attention, gérez bien les biens publics qui sont à votre disposition. Je vous remercie.
So, Mr. Kaitare, in the meantime, can you have Monsieur Ahicheme Bonaventure du Bénin approcher le micro en attendant que votre...
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, brothers participants. My question it is relating to the or focus on transformation. Now we talk about the transformation, but my question or my concern it is that how it can be existing, the transformation versus or when our countries are not liberated yet and also are not independent yet. There is some examples which shows that our countries are not liberated yet. For instance, we have some countries which now they have no any independence in terms of the economy, like the central banks. Now you cannot find central banks in some countries in our Africa. How those countries are independent, and how those countries are now able to be transformed their countries. Now there is some countries now they have some military camps in their countries. How those countries are liberated their countries. How those countries are transformed their countries. We have other countries now, their national resources divided into two parts. The party number one is national resources which are from 1 meter to the 15 meter. And after 15 meter, those wealth are not wealth of that country. Those countries how are going to transform their countries. So now I'm asking how the transformation existing in this condition of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Aichem Bonaventure. En attendant, Papa Diane Ngom.
Tout en prenant la parole, je voudrais joindre ma voix à celle de mes prédécesseurs pour remercier les différents conférenciers par rapport à la clarté de leurs exposés. Et ceci étant, lorsque nous suivons bien le thème principal, qui est la mobilisation des Africains pour la transformation de l'Afrique, je dis, mais c'est possible. Au même moment, je peux dire que ce n'est pas possible. Oui, c'est possible si réellement nous pouvons changer notre mentalité. C'est possible si nous pouvons changer notre conscience. C'est possible si nous pouvons avoir un niveau d'engagement assez élevé. C'est possible si nous pouvons être vraiment courageux. Je dis non parce que si nous voyons un peu le continent, nous avons 5 continents sur la planète, mais le continent africain est toujours à la traîne. À la traîne parce que la télécommande de ce continent n'est pas avec les Africains. La télécommande de ce continent est avec d'autres continents, surtout le continent du Nord. Je veux indexer 2 continents, les États-Unis et puis l'Europe. Et quand c'est comme ça laisse à réfléchir. Et de ce fait, je dis, nous devons, au niveau de chaque pays de l'Afrique, à partir de nos dirigeants, avoir une bonne gestion. Et quand je dis bonne gestion, c'est dans tous les domaines, à savoir la gestion des ressources humaines, la gestion des ressources financières et tout ce que vous savez. Aussi, vous parliez de limitation de mandat. Est-ce qu'il faut limiter le mandat? S'il ne faut pas limiter le mandat, également, c'est une affaire de conscience, c'est une affaire de gestion. Et ça dépend de chaque pays. Et tel que nous nous sommes retrouvés ici, j'aurais souhaité que ça continue de cette manière pour que, je suis heureux de constater que les différents pays se sont fait représenter par les membres du gouvernement. Il faut que les rapports soient déposés, il faut que les rapports soient étudiés, il faut que quelque chose soit fait dans ce sens au niveau de chaque pays et qu'il y ait une solidarité agissante au niveau des syndicats. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, le constat est clair qu'au niveau des syndicats, il y a une transformation au niveau des pays. Et je voudrais profiter de l'occasion pour remercier les amis sénégalais qui sont dans la salle et remercier également ceux de Burkina qui, de par leur comportement, ont fait transformer les choses. Ils ont fait subir la révolution par ces dictateurs. Merci, je ne vais pas me reposer la parole, je vous remercie.
Merci. Papa Badengom, puis après, ambassadeur Polisi et ambassadeur Karimera. Get ready.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais d'abord accepter les remerciements de notre camarade qui vient tout de suite de prendre la parole et dire tout simplement que la rencontre d'aujourd'hui, quelqu'un l'a dit ce matin, ne devrait pas, à mon avis, être une rencontre de tourisme. Il est aussi important, si nous voulons transformer l'Afrique, partir du principe de la démocratie, qui est au centre des fortes préoccupations des peuples. C'est pourquoi je ne reviendrai peut-être pas sur la citoyenneté, concept dans lequel, personnellement, j'ai fait beaucoup de recherches et qui doit être au cœur de la définition des politiques au niveau de nos États. Je voudrais poser 2 questions. D'abord, sur la gestion de l'équilibre entre les pauvres et les riches. Parce qu'il est important que nos gouvernements comprennent que la prise en charge de cette situation passe forcément par une bonne planification des politiques. Il y a également la transformation sociale pour une économie solidaire. On a beaucoup épilogué sur la solidarité. Et il faudrait qu'en premier, qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, que nos dirigeants apprennent à être solidaires. Et c'est dans la solidarité qu'on peut développer une forte démocratie que nous ne devons pas porter en bandoulière. Nous devons la vivre quotidiennement dans nos dits et dans nos faits. C'est pourquoi je pense, à mon humble avis, quelqu'un l'a dit, au sortir de cette rencontre, je suggère que les recommandations que nous retiendrons de cette conférence africaine permettent aux responsables de délégation, surtout ceux-là qui ont en charge la coordination, aussi bien politique que technique, du projet, puissent remettre ça officiellement aux différents chefs d'État et à nos dirigeants qui sont au niveau de l'USA, de la CIC également, qu'ils puissent faire des démarches pour essayer de faire un plaidoyer au niveau des instances africaines. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Ambassadeur de police.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Je voudrais, dans un premier temps, remercier les trois présentateurs qui nous ont fait des exposés fortement fouillés et brillants. Je n'ai pas de questions à poser, mais je voudrais tout simplement appuyer par des exemples des exposés qu'ils ont faits. Je voudrais dans un premier temps dire à cette Assemblée que l'expérience que j'ai eue pendant mes 16 années à l'Union européenne et aux ACP m'ont permis effectivement de voir certaines choses et comment nous, les Africains, sont marginalisés parce qu'ils se marginalisent eux-mêmes. C'est nous-mêmes qui nous marginalisons. Je prends tout simplement trois exemples. Je prends l'exemple des accords de partenariat économique entre l'Union européenne et les ACP, Afrique, Caraïbes et Pacifique. Nous avons négocié pendant longtemps ces accords de partenariat. Quand l'Europe n'a pas su vaincre, elle a pris certains pays. Ils nous ont divisés. Et aujourd'hui, on apprenait que tel pays a signé, que tel autre pays a signé, que tel autre pays a signé. On a commencé par les Caraïbes. Au bout de 5 ans de négociations, 6 ans de négociations, ils nous ont donné un délai non dépassable. C'est nous donc la responsabilité nous appartient dans ce domaine, nous, Africains. Je prends un deuxième exemple. Quand il a fallu négocier la question de migration, aujourd'hui, tout est à l'eau. Quand on a négocié la question de migration, les Européens voulaient des migrations suivies, plutôt choisies. Des migrations choisies. Mais comme on ne parvenait pas à s'entendre, quand on ne s'entendait pas, on faisait des élections par collège séparé. Les Européens votaient de leur côté et les Africains, Caraïbes et Pacifiques, nous votions des mêmes côtés. De nouveau, ils ont acheté certaines personnes et nous avons été complètement battus. C'est seulement sur la question de l'homosexualité que nous, Africains, avons semblé au moins la majorité des voix africaines. Quand on ne parvenait pas à s'entendre, nous étions toujours battus. Je prends un autre exemple qui lui est positif. En 1997,
la Banque mondiale est venue ici au Rwanda. On avait fait la restructuration de notre ministère des Finances et de la planification. Ils ont refusé les structures et les propositions que nous faisions. Parce qu'en ce moment, le ministère des Finances et de la planification il y avait le ministère qui faisait de la politique, c'était le ministère qui contrôlait, c'était le ministère qui dépensait, c'était le ministère qui faisait tout au niveau de l'argent, au niveau de la monnaie. Et quand nous avons mis en place Rwanda Revenue Authority, une institution indépendante pour les recettes, quand nous avons mis à la PPA une autre institution indépendante pour les marchés publics, quand nous avons tout ça, ils sont venus ici, ils ont dit non, nous n'accepterons pas, nous ne pouvons pas financer ces choses. Le Rwanda a refusé. Ils ont fait 6 mois sans revenir au Rwanda. Par après, ils sont revenus et ils ont accepté. Ce que je vais dire tout simplement, il faut avoir de la résilience. Il faut avoir de la résilience. Quand vous vous laissez frapper, on vous frappe. Quand vous vous mettez à genoux, ils vous frapperont à genoux. Et pour terminer, chers trade unions, chers panafricanistes, il n'y a pas toujours une opinion publique. L'opinion publique ne vient qu'au bout de la chose, qu'au bout du chemin. Même ici, si peu nombreux que nous soyons, si nous faisons la chose la nôtre, si nous voulons qu'on nous respecte, ils finiront par nous respecter. Je vous remercie.
Ambassador Joseph Karimera.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I'd like to thank the Pan-African Trade Union for still existing. My president, President Paul Kagame, said, he told us that once he's not performing, we should warn him in time so that he quits. And he has put mechanisms in place. Masira was seated there, has got performance contract to deal with. Shaka has got it. And every other person here has got it. What is our performance contract as trade unionists? With regard to what we should achieve, if we must avoid being a talk shop, for how long have we existed? How much have we achieved? Very sincerely, when I look at you, I think I see hope. But I haven't seen the achievements. We should be able to achieve what we are doing and get convinced whether we are adding value or not adding value. Then we change our ways of working in order to add value. How do we deal with the mental colonization and the ideological confusion that continue to wreck us? How this is to be cheap, to be bought at a few cents. Police then has talked about resilience. Are we resilient? Are we? There is a syndrome we have. Let's face it. We study, but we can't learn. We look, but you can't see. We hear, but we can't comprehend. And then we end up blaming those who are fighting for their own interests. The colonizers. They didn't come to colonize you in order to civilize you. We should be able to know that. Yes. And you say, oh, our president told us that we should never tell him again. We should never blame these people who come for their own interests. We should rather fight for our own interests. Are we doing it? Time limits. What is good for you? Who should determine what is good for you? We must determine what you are supposed to be. And that's what independence is about. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador. Let's take Onu Dinganiel from Chad.
Comrades, please, let us respect the time. 2 minutes, because there are lots of persons that want to take the floor. We should not romanticize the issues. Let's discuss it passionately the way they are, with respect to what it is we can do. Comrades.
Okay, then Nyelu Paul.
Merci.
Nyelu Paul.
Je tâcherai d'être le plus bref possible.
Okay.
Nous savons que dès lors qu'il est question de répondre à la question comment mobiliser les Africains, dès lors qu'il est question de répondre à la question comment mobiliser les Africains pour la transformation de l'Afrique, il aurait été judicieux, à mon avis, de commencer par l'analyse de l'existant. Et malheureusement, force est de constater que le document de référence qui nous a été lu ce matin, encore moins les intervenants des imminents experts, n'ont nullement fait mention du mécanisme africain d'évaluation par les pairs, qui est, à mon avis, une conception des Africains pour le développement de l'Afrique. J'aimerais savoir pourquoi cela.
Nyelu Paul. Mr. Nyelu Paul. Then Brian Kagoro.
Merci, monsieur le modérateur. Nous nous réjouissons de cette conférence très importante sur la démocratie et la gouvernance. Et ce matin, les panélistes nous ont dépeint, nous ont présenté un diagnostic assez négatif. J'allais dire que nous sommes tous concernés. Les politiques, les syndicats que nous sommes ici, nous sommes tous concernés. Et donc, il faut une remise en cause de chacun de nous. Et les syndicats aussi, nous devons nous remettre en cause. Et la remise en cause, je pense, passe par la reconversion des mentalités, mais par aussi la formation. Formation importante, par l'éducation. L'éducation de base. Comment voulez-vous que notre éducation soit importée? Aujourd'hui, ce que nous faisons dans nos écoles nous est importé. Il faut changer cela. Au niveau des syndicats, il faut une formation accrue. Formation des jeunes. Le professeur, le docteur Adebayo, dans son intervention liminaire, a dit, les syndicats ont joué un rôle très important dans la lutte contre la colonisation pour l'indépendance. C'est vrai. Mais quels étaient ces syndicats? Ils étaient unis, c'était des syndicats soudés. Est-ce que c'est ce que nous constatons aujourd'hui? Nos syndicats sont divisés par nos pouvoirs dans nos pays. On n'est pas unis. Mais si on n'est pas unis, on ne sera pas mobilisé. Qui va mobiliser? Qui va dire ça suffit? Qui va dire c'est trop? C'est nous. Mais pour qu'on le soit, il faudrait que nous soyons unis. Et c'est pourquoi je me réjouis que nous soyons tous là aujourd'hui. Mais il ne faudrait pas que ça soit, comme on l'a dit, une conférence de tourisme. Il faudrait qu'il y ait un plan de suivi quand on va quitter ici. Quand nous allons quitter ici, qu'est-ce qu'on retiendra et qu'est-ce qu'on va véhiculer dans nos pays? C'est ça qui est important. Et je pense que nos élites politiques, nos intellectuels africains ont un rôle très important à jouer dans la mobilisation pour la transformation de l'Afrique. Qu'est-ce qu'ils écrivent? Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Les intellectuels que nous avons qui foisonnent en Afrique, ils doivent définir le modèle démocratique qui nous convient. Et c'est cela. Je pense que s'ils le font, les syndicats que nous sommes, nous qui sommes une force sociale, nous pourrions vous accompagner avec la formation que nous demandons dans nos pays. Je vous remercie.
Brian Kagoro.
Amakuru. I actually do not have much to say, but I was a bit disappointed, and this is the disappointment of someone who came late. I had read my friend Bafo's paper and realized that in articulating Pan-Africanism, he had relied largely on European scholars and even urged us to study the Morgenthau and Marshall Plan. What he didn't refer to, though, which would have been a better starting point for the argument we're having, is the madness of this room. I think we either collectively suffer from insanity or political amnesia. I want to read you two excerpts from the resolution of the first Conference of African Leaders of OAU in 1963. Right? It says, concerned that the active share of developing countries in world trade are deteriorating, conscious of the fact that owing to extreme dependence on export of primary products, Africa, more than any other developing region, is adversely affected by persistent deteriorations in export earnings. Considering the imperative necessity of African countries to pool their resources and harmonize activities in the economic field, convinced that acceleration of the rate of economic and social development of various African countries lies in the industrialization of these countries and diversification of their production. Considering the serious problems arising from the great shortage of trained and skilled personnel, the lack of qualified staff, scarce capital resources, grossly inadequate infrastructure, limited outlets for industrial products, and the far too inadequate participation of all Africans. It then makes the recommendations. We appoint, pending the establishment of the Economic Commission of the African Union, a preparatory of the OAU, a preparatory economic committee to study, amongst other things, the possibility of establishing an African free trade area, establishing a common external tariff to protect emergent industries, and setting up a raw material price stabilization fund, the restructurization of international trade, the means of developing trade amongst African countries, the coordination of the means of transport and establishment of road, air, and maritime companies, the establishment of the African Payments and Clearinghouse, the progressive freeing of national currencies from all non-technical external attachments. I could go on. 1963, a lot of us in this room, you were not born. Those who were born, you are too young. We are back here having this conversation, albeit in shallow terms. So my question, Chair, is a very simple one. Is this a sign of insanity or simply consistency without productivity?
Thank you. We now go Olivier Guy from Burkina Faso. Then Mr. Kwasi Asu Amakwa from. Yeah.
Bien, merci. Je vais demander la diligence du Présidium parce que je vais lire d'abord un mot de remerciement au nom du mouvement syndical burkinabé pour traduire toute notre reconnaissance au peuple africain qui nous ont soutenus lors des difficiles épreuves que nous avons traversées au niveau de notre pays. Je parle de l'insurrection populaire des 30 et 31 octobre et du coup d'État du 16 septembre 2015. Ce qui s'est passé au Burkina Faso, c'est un petit pas pour le Burkina Faso, mais nous disons que c'est un grand pas pour la démocratie et la gouvernance en Afrique. Nous avons fait ce pas grâce à l'appui de vous tous et soyez-en remerciés. Nous remercions particulièrement le Panaf, la CECI Afrique, le BIT, qui au moment chaud de l'insurrection sont venus effectivement nous rendre visite au Burkina. Nous remercions tous ceux qui nous ont envoyé des lettres de soutien par mail. Soyez-en remerciés. Le mouvement syndical burkinabé vous est reconnaissant. Le peuple burkinabé vous est reconnaissant. Je vous remercie. Pour ce qui est de ma contribution, je pense qu'il faut toujours analyser les causes de ce qui arrive pour trouver des solutions. Pour ce qui est du Burkina Faso, avant que les politologues, peut-être que les historiens se penchent plus profondément sur ce qui s'est passé, nous pouvons retenir quelques mots qui ont gangréné effectivement notre démocratie, à savoir le manque de liberté syndicale, démocratique et la liberté d'entreprendre. Deuxièmement, les questions de la vie chère. Et troisièmement, les maux de malgouvernance tels que la corruption, l'enrichissement illicite et bien sûr le manque de justice sociale. À cela, il faudrait ajouter une jeunesse laissée à elle-même, sans éducation, sans instruction. Une vraie bombe sociale et la bombe a explosé. Et cette bombe a explosé le 30-31, renvoyant effectivement le dictateur Blaise Compaoré à ses petits amis dictateurs comme il l'était. Et quand cette bombe a explosé, je voudrais profiter parler de la relation entre la démocratie et la gouvernance. Les jeunes qui se sont sacrifiés les 30 et 31 se réclamaient de notre grand leader, Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara a été, à son époque, ce n'était pas la démocratie. Mais les valeurs qu'il a inculquées au peuple burkinabé ont transcendé le temps. Et ces jeunes se réclamaient de ces valeurs. Les valeurs d'intégrité, les valeurs de justice sociale, les valeurs de solidarité. Il faudrait que nous inculquions ça à la jeunesse. Quant au débat, à savoir aujourd'hui, il faut limiter ou ne pas limiter les mandats, je vous renvoie à Gandhi qui disait, quand tu fais quelque chose pour moi, sans moi, tu le fais contre moi. C'est-à-dire que les présidents qui vont dire qu'ils font le bonheur de leur peuple, sans leur peuple, seront chassés par leur peuple, et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first let me thank all the panelists and Bafo and Kuma for what I think have been very stimulating presentations. And I particularly cherish Bafo's discussion of industrialization and its importance for our fortunes. However, I think in looking at the question of term limits, he goes overboard because I think he ignores the long list of long-ruling dictators on this continent and the very poor record that they left. I mean, rather than compare or cite the examples of Asian leaders who stayed long, maybe it would have been better to cite all that long list. And I don't want to mention their names, but we know them. You know, Togo, Congo, Cameroon, Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, and Burkina. And I can say that a few months until a popular uprising got Campari to flee, he was going to host an AU summit on employment, which would have helped legitimize his rule. So when leaders stay in long, depending on the political system, there can also be what is called a culture of silence. People will not talk because they are afraid to speak. They don't know what will happen to them. So, whilst one cannot prescribe term limits for every country, I think we should understand the history, which produced this as a possible measure in which people could limit the rule of those that they think could sit on them for too long. Because even in those countries where we've been able to have change of leadership from one party to the other, often it has only been at the end of the term or the two terms of those who rule. Partly because up to now, we don't even have foolproof electoral systems in which we are sure that people can freely decide who governs, because the power of incumbency can be used to rig or to decide the vote in one direction or the other. So I want to pose a question as to whether, if we agree, for instance, that the issue about democracy and leadership, good leadership, also has to do with choice and the ability of our populations to decide who rules. Are we ready in Africa to canvass an electoral commission, a Pan-African electoral commission, which supervises elections? Because such a body, for instance, is not likely to be subject to the dictation of any particular country or any particular president, in which case we could more or less ensure that at least whoever governs, even if he's going to rule interminably, will do so at the wish of the people. That's my first question. The second question has to do with the elite consensus. And the issue has to do with who is the elite. Because in common usage, elite immediately evokes a group of exclusive people, etc. Whilst I understand, considerably what Professor talks about when he alludes to elite consensus or a social contract in that respect, the question is, how do we build that? Because indeed, if you look at traditional Africa, with many of our communities, those elites existed. Those values existed where there are clear do's and don'ts. And it doesn't matter who you were. If you were a ruler and you went against those norms, you could either get poisoned or easily disposed. So how do we build that kind of elite core? Or, I mean, how do we build that consensus? Because I suspect that in some respects, we may even be talking about something we don't want to, we're afraid or we are reluctant to pronounce loudly now. And I'm talking about revolutionism. Because a few decades ago, we could very easily evoke the notions of revolution as the way to go. But if you look today at our politics and how it's been captured by certain forces who have monetized politics, who have made politics the most lucrative business, you wonder whether you are going to use those politicians, you are going to be able to work through those politicians, for instance, to change the rules of the game. So how do we build that elite core or the social contract? Thank you.
So, honorable Dr. Nilamimo. Puis après, Mr. Keke Tano from Ghana.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I liked very much the enough is enough. But that has been said so many times. If we remember of the Paris Declaration from 2005, where all countries were represented and where they've been talking of aid effectiveness. But now, I think it's 3 or 4 years back, it has been a shift to global partnership for effective development or for development effectiveness. When African leaders are seated with the partners in development, and they take such decisions, how are they implemented? I'd like to ask our scholars, please, how do we implement that global partnership? Because today, if Africa is producing coffee, is producing so many raw materials, as you said, but we can't transform at the level because of lack of standards, and they say, how could we oblige now the developed countries to also allow Africans to export finished products to them, and maybe bring those standards to Africa, not, or Africans themselves set their standards. Why don't we set our standards? A second question, Chairman, it is on democracy. When we talk of democracy, we understand the political parties. Here, I'm Secretary General of Liberal Party. When I say I am a leader from Rwanda, from Liberal Party, they say, oh, is it an opposition party? And I say, in our system, we have that consensus program and political sphere. We lead by consensus. So I'm not in opposition. What is it? So you don't have parties in Rwanda, or what? What is opposition? I'd like to understand, what do they mean by opposition? Because I feel even being in a party that is different from the one that won the highest leadership of the country, but we still have a say in this government as different parties, but not in opposition. What does it mean? Thank you very much.
Yes, okay, right. Thanks. I have 3 questions, one for each of the discussants. But the questions stem from some concerns from some of Bafour's positions in his papers, in the background paper. I'm not going to go on at length at it, but one of the things that I detect is that there are two things that I want to touch on without going into it. I think he has a very impoverished view of democracy, I think. And I'm saying this because of his focus on leaders and how many burdens they have to carry compared to Obama, on term limits and so on and so forth, which in itself carries the danger of foreclosing active participation at all levels, including the highest level, on an ongoing basis by the citizenry and from those who are relatively powerless in society. Because if democracy means anything at all, it also has to include an active notion of disciplining authority, of circumscribing, and imposing limits and so on and so forth, and of redressing power imbalances in society. And I think that one of the reasons why, I suspect that mightn't have been his intention, but one of the reasons why it is so easy for him to slip over those concerns like that is that he makes assumptions about the homogeneity. Our societies are homogeneous. We have one unit, an unproblematic national interest, and so on and so forth, which all of our experience and the experience of everybody everywhere, both historical and contemporary, should tell us it isn't quite the case. And it's those type of concerns that animate my questions. The first was to Etridansu, who is no longer in the room, but I'll pose it anyway, which was to do with the question of, because he said that rulers are impotent because they do not build systems. Now, I assume that part of the reason for that impotency will be because, on the one hand, they are caught between the hammer of global capital and the imperial powers and so on and so forth, and the anvil of the unmet needs and frustrations of their people. So that may be one reason why they're impotent. But and that politics shouldn't be technocratic in the systems that he's talking about. Nonetheless, he doesn't quite say how political participation could resolve this question of technocracy and so on and so forth. Now, Brian Kagoro, for example, gave a long list of things that were deliberated at the OAU in 1963. How far would democratic planning go, and how far should that process be politicized in our economy? So, for example, we say, otherwise, so many things are taken out of the political debate. Independent central banks, for example, we can't discuss whether interest rates should be high or should be low. Nobody has a referendum on privatization. Nobody says that there should be a plebiscite on whether our economy should be organized on the basis of privatization or public companies and so on and so forth. All the key decision making, how many women should be trained in an affirmative action policy of employment which transforms social provision in our country. None of those things are the substance of economic discussions in our country or of politics and so on and so forth. And I want to know how democratic planning and politics could come together to begin to take us forward to that. My second question was to Dr. Shaika, because again, Professor Shaika, sorry. Again, my concern with this homogeneity that Balfour assumes, one of the things that allows him not to do so is not to interrogate social relations at all. It's like we're a nation, and that's the only unit, or a continent. Those are the only units, or a race. And those are the only units which matter. But clearly, there are different social relations. So even if there's transformation in Rwanda or Ethiopia or wherever else, that transformation has to answer the question, where does it leave the ordinary peasant in relation to the state system about commodities or the global system or so on, whatever it is? So, in other words, there ought to be choice and alternatives. If there are choice and alternatives, even if you want that there should be no time limits, are you also prepared to accept the opposite as part of the bargain, which is that there should be no guarantee of minimum terms? Okay? Let there be no time limits, but let there also be the right of automatic and instant recall of leaders that we don't like. We don't have to wait for their minimum 4 years to remove them. Is that acceptable to you? And what will you say to that? Third and final point is to do with our leader, ITUC leader's point about constructing the elite consensus. That's a phrase that sticks in my throat as well, but I understand you perfectly anyway. But the fact does remain that precisely because we are not an undifferentiated society, precisely because there's exploitation, even transformation can involve exploitation. Industrialization can involve dispossession of peasants from their land. It can involve exploitation of cheap wage labor, and so on and so forth. In such a situation, even in the construction of the social bargain, what ought to be the role of labor? You pointed to the historical role of labor in independence. We know the role of labor internationally, whether it's the Chartists in expanding democratic rights, whether it is the trade union radicalization in the 1930s United States, which accompanied the New Deal and transformed welfareism and so on and so forth in those societies, whether it is the entire structure of mobilization, the public rallies and so on, which built the kind of culture that the local governments that Balfour praises in the UK, all that type of thing. Today, I think that our trade unions are no more immune from the involution and retrogression of politics that the academy faces, that the political life faces, that the unaccountable private interests face, and so on and so forth. How then, on a constant basis, and on what platform, given our neoliberal environment, which is itself, I think, structurally anti-democratic, what is the basis that labor itself must construct its own agenda through which it can contribute to a social bargain? In other words, social bargains to require autonomous positions, independent positions. And that independent position of labor today must encompass those of all the poor, those in the planet of the slums, those in the formal sector, those being dispossessed from agriculture, and so on and so forth. What would you suggest? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to ask for a favor. I'm asking the next 4 speakers not to take more than a minute, 1 minute. Reason because the translation will stop at 6. So we need a time to hear from the answers. So let me ask the next 4, the last one, to come over. That is Rukamuche Leonard, Sestral, Dr. Kennedy Ashakong. Dr. Kennedy, Mr. Abdi Dore from Somali Chamber, and Mr. Benson Okwaro. And finally, Monica Musau from Kenya.
Merci pour la parole. Comme on m'appelle Rukanika Léonard de l'Ancestral, je vous remercie. Ce que j'allais dire, le Tchadien l'a dit. Il a dit que la ville est devenue était sale. Moi, je n'allais pas dire qu'elle était sale seulement pour devenir propre. Nous avons quitté de l'enfer à la vie. Et pour donner les informations, pour moi aujourd'hui, Je ne vais rien parler de l'ancestral parce que Manzila a bien dit. Et puis, c'est à lui de lui remercier plutôt parce qu'il s'est frappé la porte au gouvernement. Aujourd'hui, c'est une réalité. De 2000, nous sommes ensemble, la main dans la main, avec les gens du gouvernement. Je ne passerai pas sans remercier aussi Arajibi par sa bonne organisation, surtout en organisant les organisations locales par JAF, où il y a tripartite, le secteur privé, société civile. À ce moment-là, il n'y a plus de duplication de travail, il n'y a pas de fantômes, c'est grâce au JAF. Si vous pouvez m'aider, vous pouvez même donner, frapper les mains. Messieurs les organisateurs de cette journée, il a parlé de la ville, moi je vais lui donner une information. Nous sommes Ndumunya Rwanda. Ndumunya Rwanda veut dire tout le monde est rwandais. Je ne suis pas historien, je suis juriste de formation. Avant 1994, on quittait une colline pour une autre avec une feuille de route. Les provinces avaient leur matriculation, vous quittez d'une province à une province. Donc aujourd'hui, tout ça, ça n'existe pas. On est rwandais au niveau national. C'est aussi un pas pour le gouvernement. Messieurs les organisateurs, j'ai terminé, j'ai encore une seconde. Je dirais, ce que j'allais demander comme question, donner la communication. La communication, celui-ci peut dire Marie est malade, le dernier là-bas, il dira que Marie est morte. Cherchez une communication qui est commune, que nous allons donner à celui qui n'a pas été ici. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Dr. Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Moderator.
also have 1 minute, please.
Thank you. I promise that I won't give another narrative. I think that an important issue has been raised, that whose transformation. So I would want to ask, whose democracy and whose governance? In that directive, my question goes to Dr. Nchudanso. You have followed the trade union for quite a long time. Would you say the trade union model of democracy and governance is a good template for our political leaders to trust us? Given the performance of trade unions in the past as vanguards of democracy compared to the present, what would you say to that? Thank you.
Thank you. Abdi Yes.
Thank you. Mine is going to be very short indeed. First, I want to thank the presenters on the presentation they gave us this morning, particularly a presentation by the Bafu. Now, as trade union leaders sitting in this room, I think I am personally convinced that Africa may not need transformation, but Africa may need a kind of revolution. I say this because we have depended largely on political leaders to make changes in our various countries and by extension in Africa. But you look at the parties that lead various countries, they don't have party ideologies that they stand for. Even we, as the trade union leaders in this room, we don't have ideologies. I think time has come when, at the end of this meeting, and many other meetings that will follow, when we must think about how do we then look for ideologies that can transform Africa. Then at that level, then we shall ask ourselves that who is it? Is it the trade union leaders that can change Africa? Is it the elite that can change Africa? Is it the political leaders? I think we must, at a point in time, arrive at such decisions in one of these meetings that will take place so that we know who is this group of people that can change this continent. If we don't do that, then to me, it means we shall be sitting here every year, after 2 years, and nothing will indeed happen. I think the organizers and all of us should think about
what is it that we can do so that we can change our ideologies and then decide the fate of Africa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would like to thank, my name is Abdi Dore from Somalia. First of all, thank you for the organizers and thank you for this beautiful country, Rwanda. And I would like to thank Masa Ankoma, and I think he's not here. And particularly, I would like to thank presenters or speakers, whoever we call. I would like really to admit that it's the first time for me, last 10 years, to listen facts based discussions here in Africa. And really the scholars here are sitting in front of me. Although you are still have to survive for your research, but still you need to talk about the reality, the facts. It's difficult, I can understand, but it is the time, the real time to do that. And Africa will give you back something in the future. What I would like to share with you, Africa has a history which is really, most of that is negative, which means slave trade, colonial, post-colonial, and now we are facing really the new phenomena, which is called global issue. Still, we haven't yet understand the colonial things and colonial, after post-colonial things, but now it's coming new things again, which is global issue, global governance, global security, and a lot of things that we can maybe are ready for, not ready for. Therefore, I think the process really to transform Africa as a continent, maybe, to interact with the global, we need to think the process needs long time, a generation time. It's not 10 years, not 20 years. It takes a long time, really, which means Africa has a citizenship crisis. As African citizen, we don't know what we have rights, what we don't have right as individual level. That is the citizenship crisis that Africa have, because if the president do really his job or not, the people, they have to learn to say thank you, or they have to say enough is enough. But we don't understand our citizenship rights. That is the problem. And I would like to suggest the solution is, maybe have, in my opinion, we need to go back to school, from the elementary school. We have to learn our children the rights that they have an individual level, the history that they have, the citizenship that they have, and that is what have been really discussed here, that even the educational system is not free, because the African culture, African history must be really combined with what our children are learning there. Very simple question I have. I am from Somalia, and Somalia are beginning today. We are beginning everything from zero, and I'm sure we learn a lot from this country. But I would like to ask these scholars, we have white paper now. After 25 years of war, Somalia are starting now. What is your suggestions? Thank you very much.
Monica Musau. Then there is Abraham, the man from Liberia. Your paper had been forgotten, but I got it back.
Thank you, moderator ODJ. All protocol observed. My concern and my question is, trade unions, we talk about democracy and we normally believe that we are democratic organizations, if not people. But for how long are we going to organize conferences of this nature, discuss the same issue, come up with the recommendations, and when it comes to implementation, we don't see change. We still maintain the leaders in our governments who are abusing the democracy, and perhaps some of the leaders in our trade union and in our societies are still abusing the democracy. For how long are we going to waste these resources meeting, discussing about democracy and the governance, and yet we are leaving the resources to go into waste or into people's pockets without us even questioning why is it so and why is it happening this way. I think it is high time this conference should come up with a way forward on how best we are going to tame the leaders who are abusing our democracy. Otherwise, there will be no need of us sitting and coming up with papers of recommendations without actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Let me firstly commend the organizer of this conference. My question here is, democracy. I quite agree with the planner that democracy should be described and given a meaning in our contextual African, from the contextual African context. That is, if you listen to what is being practiced in Africa, democracy is about campaign rally and it ends with votes. Democracy in Africa is not about strengthening institutional policy, giving local governance structure. No, that is not the case. Now, if we are about to mobilize ourselves, given that several conferences were held, what are the mechanisms can this conference put into play so that this conference should not be referred to the usual conference activities? Thank you.
Thank you. We have covered all the questions. Now, we're going to have a round table. And let me start from my right. Dr. Ulokosi is going to make like 5 minutes comments, then followed by Dr. Danso and Dr. Professor Shaka before the translation cabin is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks also for the very rich discussions which have taken place. There are some specific issues calling for clarification, which I would like to address. I think first and foremost, the issue of elite consensus. It's a concept I had difficulty swallowing into for a long time, like Mr. Mankwa and Tano Jechi. But I use elite here, not in the everyday journalistic sense of it. I use it to mean leadership, a leadership consensus anchored in a social contract. And from that point of view, I would say that, Mr. Mankwa, you are also an elite from that point of view in terms of leadership. Groups that exercise leadership roles, agreeing on a common project of society and the direction where society should be going. It does not speak of the monopoly of an individual or of an exclusive club of people. It talks about a broad-based group, different segments and sectors of society. Precisely the example which Jechi gave of trade unions, of students, of rural groups, of women's groups, and agreeing that this is where we want our society to go, and this is where we want to be at a certain point in time. It doesn't even need to be publicized. It doesn't even need to be written. What happens in China today is not happening just by chance or by accident, but is part of a broad consensus to say that in the next 50 years, this is where China ought to be. And we see the script is played out with succession after succession of Chinese leaders, basically defining an agenda for action within a broad consensus that has been set up and agreed. And this is basically what I mean. So let's drop the elite, it won't change it. It's essentially a leadership consensus about where we want society to go. Now, of course, we have had experiences on the continent, and you are right. I mean, perhaps the most difficult part of Balfour's paper is not so much the idea of term limitation as the arguments that he seeks to mobilize to counter it. And it is true, one can pick holes into some of the points which he makes, not least not the example which you cited of not citing the bad cases that we have had on the continent of sit-tight leaders not willing to leave the scene and also not really contributing terribly much to their societies. Here also, I think it's important to remind ourselves that even in our democratic experiment over the last 25 years, and not a few people have made this observation, what has predominated in a lot of cases is an experience of voting without choosing. You are voting, but you are not actually choosing. Tandika Mkandawire called it choiceless democracies. We are basically building democracies that are rich in the mechanics of voting, but in fact, there is no choice before the people. There is no content, there is no substance. And in the worst case scenario, it's a jostling of personalities. So is it any surprise, therefore, that we are confronted with a case in which even if an opposition party came to power, to go beyond the example which Mr. Deyemi gave earlier in the day, if we have an opposition party coming into power in many of our countries, they pursue the same social and economic policies, that it makes it difficult for you to distinguish them from the parties that they replaced. And hence the frustration which many citizens have with the democracies that we have been running. It's not about choice at the end of the day. It's simply about ritual and routine, basically aimed not so much at driving an agenda of development at home, but at satisfying external donors. And somebody did say it, you win an election, your first port of call is London, Paris, or Washington, depending on who is pulling the puppet strings. And that's what we've seen all of the time. It's also the one continent where most of what we do at home is subject to external ranking and evaluation, including by the United Nations system, with which I've been associated, and which basically diverts our attention from the kind of long-haul view which we need to devote to any project of transformation. I see revolution as transformational. Not every change can be transformational. Change happens all of the time. Transformation is a work in progress, permanent work in progress, in a sense. Somebody said it earlier. But in order for change to become transformation, in other words, to move from the routine into a qualitatively new level that makes an impact on the direction of society, on civilization itself, it seems to me that we cannot run away from the idea of a renegotiation on an ongoing basis of the social contract, and therefore of that consensus which I talked about. And it is within the consensus usually. Let's take a very simple example. It doesn't matter whether you have the Republicans or the Democrats in power in the US. Policy towards Africa is the same. Is that not so? We celebrate that Obama came, but the limits and framework within which Obama functions is defined by the system. They have already been defined by the system and the framework. And the jostling, the issue which is at stake in domestic American politics is how to renegotiate the content. And that is the fight between the Republicans and the Democrats. I'm not going to talk about Donald Trump. I don't know where to put him. It's a bit of a madman. But basically, this is what I'm pushing for. Now, who can drive that? But it is us. It is us. The trade union movement did drive a social bargain on this continent before. In the time of the struggle for independence, the politicians, the nationalists were content simply to have what was called self-government. Until the trade union movement got into the liberation process and pushed the agenda, and in pushing it, basically established the terms for a bargain for independence, in which in return for power, the nationalist politicians were committed to delivering a certain number of things. And this is where I think the notion of citizenship becomes important. I asked the question before, what is the bargain in being an African? What is the bargain in being a Nigerian? What is the bargain in being a SA? And if we feel that a social contract is the product of a set of voluntaristic technical processes, we miss the point. It's out of political struggle, and it is political struggle that keeps it constantly dynamic and alive. And here the role of the students, the role of the trade unions, the role of women's movements, a lot of the groups that have been demobilized over the structural adjustment years of the last 25, 30 years on the continent. That is where their roles become really, in my view, absolutely important. And I hope I have, in saying this, also touched on some of the points which Jechi, pertinent points which he raised. At the end of the day, the question of terms and of the limitations, and you are right, Mr. Mankwa, we don't run perfect systems. In fact, far from being perfect, in which you could trust the electoral process to kick in automatically if a government is not performing well, for all of the reasons which you gave. But at the same time, we are ourselves engaged in a permanent assessment of those whom we put into office. The silences which somebody made reference to can be sometimes very deafening in many of our countries, in which people don't even mention the name of a sit-tight leader except in parables and in acronyms. Precisely, and that is a form of resistance. Silence as a form of resistance. Now, how do we mobilize all of those in the contemporary period? At one level, the trade union movement also is in need of reinvention. The student movement is in need of reinvention. The trade unions have gone through a phase. I mean, use the example of Nigeria, and I speak under the control of the Nigerian delegation, where from being a country which had a fairly robust manufacturing sector, take the textiles, we end up with a country which basically is heavily import dependent in the textile sector. In spite of the efforts made by the trade unions to try to revive textile production, the overall trend has not been terribly positive with regard to industrialization in the country. That has denuded membership. But there are a lot of marginalized people in our societies in need of organization. Those who are the underwriters of much of the urban criminality which we see, and to which reference was made earlier. In the reinvention of the role of the trade union, might this not be an opportunity and a space that is waiting to be occupied? Of the many, and I see efforts being made in South Africa, of informal sector being organized. Because many people who were in jobs before have been driven into informality of one form or the other. Petty traders eking out a living without any protection from police, brutalized, coerced, extorted at every opportunity by those who hold some degree of power or the other. I think these are also areas where, in thinking of how we transform the continent and thinking of those who could be the bearers of transformation, we must also ask questions of our own institutional arrangements, including the trade unions. I'm sorry, the time will not allow me to continue, but I hope this at least gives a glimpse of the kind of thinking which I have.
Dr. Danso, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll take off from where my brother left off. The question was put directly to me about trade unionism and the way forward. And I think the professor started off that way. You could see that trade unionism today is kind of a function of what is going on around us in our governance system. Gradually, because of what our governments are being told to do, the importance of trade unionism or the power of trade unionism is dwindling gradually. Your numbers are dwindling, like Olukushi said, outsourcing, whatever you call it in the new global dispensation. It's making trade unionism a very difficult thing of late. Unfortunately, very few of the trade unions are adapting to the situation. Most of you still believe in the confrontational, agitational kind of wanting for change. Instead of confronting the issue like Olukushi has said, why can't we formalize the informal sector, for example? Why can't we make our numbers swell? Why can't we be part of civil society in the agitation? I must confess, in my country, I'm seeing some clear change. The articulation now is high, and very much like the type of trade unionism we want to see, not only agitating for salary increases, etc., 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 but agitating for good governance in the country. That is very positive. Again, there were issues about poverty, unemployment, and things like that earlier on, and they have come up again. I do not think if you have that social bargain that creates the condition for eliminating these negatives, then they wouldn't go away. Unfortunately, we don't have it. That the system of governance we have in Africa is such that we are playing to the whims and caprices of those who prescribe those prescriptive kind of development for us. And that is the reason why these things are happening. If we, in one accord, would be able to churn out our voices in how poverty can be eradicated or minimized, not through the lip service kind of attitude that we are being brought. I mean, the question is this, that of late, the theory around poverty is now porous, so porous that we are now exacerbating poverty instead of rising it out of the doldrums. One of the things we have said over here is that the transformation should think about industrialization as the positive way of getting us out of the doldrums of poverty and unemployment. And so if we can industrialize as fast as possible. Let me link this up with the question of instability, which was also raised. Instability is what is the word? I mean, it's the complete opposite of development. You can't have democracy and good governance where instability is. So my brother from Somalia or any other part of Africa where there are pockets of instability, forget about good governance and development if there is instability. But instability also may be something that comes out of bad governance. And so it's a symptom of it. So one way or the other, we must crave for good governance, which unfortunately, like Olukoshi has said, and some of you have said, has come to be equated to the ballot box, that once you line up to go and make that ritual, then you have a democracy. If we can move away from this, then those pockets of instability would go away. But let me track back to the question of industrializing and having good governance. Supposing, and the question about Boko Haram and things like, supposing the northern or northeastern part of Nigeria, that southern part of Chad, and the northwestern part of Cameroon, if these areas were well developed in the sense of having infrastructure, if you have industries, the people over there will walk from their homes to the factory and look up to themselves as brothers who are working together, rather than fighting any kind of system. But it's because this thing is absent that the vacuum has been filled by irredentist attitudes and kind of, I don't know, hopeless ideology. Come to think of it, that if we have such a system working perfectly well, an industrialized northern part of Nigeria, maybe Boko will stay, because we need to learn Western kind of culture and things. Boko will stay, but Haram will go away. That's what I believe. Thank you so much.
Professor Shaka.
Chair, very briefly.
Mr. Chair, to be a little rude, Professor Shaka mentioned a question about some rape and things in the earlier submission. I'm asking him to report because rape is a secondary felony.
That's for tomorrow. Thank you very much. Now, there are very pertinent questions that were raised by Comrade Brian, Emmanuel, and Dr. Karemera. I wanted to touch on them very shortly. Emmanuel, you brought us two ideas posing homogeneity, choices versus alternatives, and the right to recall. So one, I think any homogeneous society, from whatever angle we will be looking at it, heterogeneity will be part of it. So heterogeneity is part of us. Wherever there is no society, no family, you can go into and say it's perfectly 100% homogeneous. I explain a bit. Either we are men and women, even if we are brothers and sisters. So indeed, we are different to some level. We are heterogeneous. Or we are elders and young people. Or we speak so and so language, even if we have family affiliations. Or we belong to different political organizations. This is part of heterogeneity, that is part of us. Or even if we are trade unionists, we can belong to different trade unions, even if we are trade unionists. So that means we should really look at heterogeneity not as an impediment to development, but an advantage, a resource again, on which we can build and sustain and advance even faster, because we'll be having comparative advantages. Now, when you look at different debates around constitutional change or democratic dispensations, that's from Emmanuel. If I refer to the case of Rwanda, and I did like the right to recall as you brought it, my colleagues who are here, who are used to the citizens' claim and demands for change, will agree with me that actually the Rwandan people are not arguing for the right to only change the constitution to allow whoever to run forever. No. They are claiming the right to be able to say at any time, if whoever is in power is not delivering, to be able to say, you had 7 years, but we can't wait because you were 3 years and nothing, you should go. They have also put forward that claim, which for me, yes, they say you shouldn't be stopping us. We are the ones who have voted this constitution. You have said 2 mandates or 2 terms are enough, but you have the right to change what you have chosen earlier on, because we are more important than our constitution. That's from them. But they say ours is not just to see it changed. The article we call here 101, but they say we would wish to see that going forward we have the right, if the one we have voted for in elections is not delivering, we want to have the right to say, step down. And I think that's a new development in our political, our kind of ownership of political dispensation and democratic ownership in our society. So I agree that there is nothing more important than the people to make any change anytime of their wish. And that's logical with the principle of democracy. Now, with Brian and Karemera talking about either consistency of lack of productivity or insanity from Brian's perspective, or the ideological deficit. So I think if you look at Africa in the last, let's say, 50 years or so, you'll agree with me that actually the ideological deficit, in the proper sense of the term, has defined our political processes. And that's why, if I refer again to democracy and democratic processes, all of us, there is a definition that nobody needs to learn about, is democracy is the power of the people, by the people, and for the people. When you talk about of the people, you are referring to the aspects of representation, right? When you talk about by the people, it is about the electoral processes and how the people are coming in power. But What are we talking about when we talk about 4? And that has been, Brian, that has been the missing link. We have looked at democracy as probably by the people and of the people, but the 4 hasn't followed. Because, and that's where the deficit, the ideological deficit is coming. All the deliverables we are talking about are embedded in the for the people. And that for the people, as of current, is being carried forward by the Meles Zenawi model that I'm sure you have heard of democratic developmental state. That democratic developmental state on the continent, that philosophy, that ideology has been missing. When you hear about, I give an example, when you hear about elections in different parts of our continent, in how many, in terms of percentages, how many countries you will hear political parties, political leaders competing each other with clear numbers of how much they will reduce poverty. In clear terms, we have so and so percentage of under poverty people. We will, in the next 4 or 5 years, we reduce that level to 50% or 30%. How many of political leaders will campaign around the issues of unemployment? There are not many. But how many in a political, in this heterogeneous society we hear, we are the majority group. They can profile themselves that they are the winners even before the elections take place, because they know they are coming from an ethnic group who is the majority in the society. So in other words, yes.
We are remaining with 1 minute.
Okay.
Still, here's an announcement. Can we continue this very interesting development? Can we continue tomorrow?
No, let's make
because
close.
Soon, 50% of the audience will not listen.
Can I wrap up? Because I'm done, because I don't have to continue to. So, my point is, can we the trade unionists, can we carry forward the democratic developmental state ideology? That just, and I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no time for take-home message. MC, please take over.